Boeto, dames en heren, goeiemorgen. Namens Vleissentraal, baie welkom by die Nasionale Boerbokveiling. Ons hoop en glo en vertrou en weet somme dat julle die dag en die veiling saam met ons gaan geniet. Terwyl ons allemaal hier by mekaar is, kom ons raak net so vir 'n oombliekie rustig en stil asseblief. Liewe Heer, ons kom in hierdie oggend en ons kom loof en prys die naam. Ons kom sê vir die dankie dat ons volgend kom wakker word, Here, met die belofte dat U met ons is. Here, dankie dat ons kan weet dat die nattigheid wat gisterand geval het, Here, die begin van baie is. Here, dankie dat ons kan weet dat U vir ons lief is, dat U met ons is. Here, ons kom in hierdie oggend en ons kom bid U seën af oor hierdie dag, oor hierdie veiling, en ons vra dat U met almal sal wees wat later vandag of môre weer moet terugry na hulle huise toe. In U naam alleen. Amen.
Speek, baie dankie. Hartlik welkom aan almal hierso. Baie dankie dat jy moeite gedoen het om na ons veiling toe te kom. Vandag het ons 'n paar nuwe teelers hier, teelers wat die eerste keer op nasionale vlak verkoop. Baie sterkte vir julle ook ons nasionale platform. Die nuwe teelers is Talana Otto, waar is jy? Is hy hier? Staan op dat ons sien hoe lyk jy. Daar is Talana, baie welkom hierso en ek hoop het gaan baie goed met jou. Henry Marie, waar is jy? Henry, nee, staan op dat ons sien hoe lyk jy. Voorspoed my mater. Isabel, Fourie. Ek vertrou het sal goed gaan met jou. Ek glo so. Jacques Potgieter. Baie welkom hierso. Vriende, die tafel is gedek vir 'n baie goeie veiling. Die perseel is mooi. Baie mooi, dit lyk soos 'n nasionale veiling. En die diere hierso in die hokke, baie beslis nasionale gehalte. Ek wil baie dankie sê aan die keerders wat gister die kering gedoen het. Baie groot eer om 'n nasionale kering te kan doen. Maar in die tyd 'n baie ondankbare job. My bede is dat elkeen van julle, elkeen van ons vanaand voorspoedig en veilig by ons huise sal kom. En net weer eens baie dankie aan Vleissentraal vir die borgskap, en die borgskap word gebruik om die aanlyn fasiliteite wat ons het te borg. Ons dank Vleissentraal daarvoor. Asseblief 'n groot hand. André, ons afslaer sterkte. Ek dink jy gaan vandag 'n maklike veiling hê. Baie dankie julle.
Daar sê baie dankie om Kobus. Dames en heren, ek wil net graag, voordat ons begin, net so nog 'n paar mense bedank. Meerkat, baie dankie. Bianca, Linnevief, ons hoop julle kele is teen vanaand baie droog. Philip en Monja aan die kantoor, baie dankie vir julle. En dan ons, lyk my die mooi Afrikaans is botsoekers. Blein, Dirk, as julle my of Mario nie sien nie, asseblief skree op hulle, gil op hulle, fluit vir hulle, dat hulle jou bot kan vat. En om Rupert, hier staan hy heel voor. Gisterand het ons die voorreg gehad om 'n baie lekker funksie van die boerbokteelers by te woon, en ek wil graag, Michelle, well done. Yes, al die moeite, al die tyd wat jy insit van iemand wat nie altyd daarmee te doen het nie, baie geluk. Julle katalogus is beautiful en ek dink gisterand was 'n reuse sukses. Vir die teelers, dankie vir die nasionale kwaliteit diere wat julle ingeskryf het. Kom ons gee vir almal Almal 'n groot hand. Dames en here, dan net so aan my linkerkant, Dani van Welfare. Dani is hulle bekende gesig op ons veilings. Asseblief gaan kuier vir Dani, ondersteun hom, sy produkte is duursaam en hulle is effektief. Hier is 1 of 2 karwagte wat baie mooi na die voertuie sal kyk. Gee maar vir hulle 'n geldjie as julle uitgaan asseblief. Dan baie belangrik, let wel, geen diere sal gelaai word sonder 'n verwyderingssertifikaat en 'n afrekeningsstaat nie. Maak asseblief doodseker dat daar 'n vleisentraal beampte by jou is. Daar sal 2 vleisentraal beamptes wees by die laaipunte. Ons wil asseblief net 'n moontlike fout tot die ergste beperk. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, vleisentraal se normale terme in is geld. There is 15% VAT applicable on all your purchases. Dames en heren, die volledige terme en voorwaardes gedruk in die katalogus. En met julle toestemming aanvaar ons dit dus as gelees en bindend. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, starting the sale. Lot number 1, lot number 1, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Namens om Gerry, Karoo Livestock, lot number 1, lot number 1, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Side going back to Karsten, and on the dam side, Lucas Burger. Ladies and gentlemen, he's lot number 1, lot number 1, let's go. Oh, 10,000, but now 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 10,000, bid. Heck, 10,000, I got 10,000, but 10,000, but now 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 10,000, the shell of a car. Up 10,000, but now 10,000, but now 10,000, but now 10, but now 15, but now 15,000, but now 15,000, but up 15,000, but now 15, but now 50, 50, but now 15,000, but now 15, but now 50, 50, but now 15, bid. Up 200,000, but now 20, 20, but now 20, but now 25. Heck, at 5 and 20, but now 25, but now 5. But about 25, but about 5, but about 25,000, but up 5 and 20, but about 25, but about 5, but about 25, but about 30,000 bid. Up data days, but about 30, but about 30, but about 30,000, but about data days, but up 30, but about 30,000, but about data days, but about 30, but about 30,000 bid. Up data days, but about 30, but about 30. Dirk ek is op 30. Ek sien hy wys 35, 35, 35, but about 5, but about 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 35,000 bid. Up 5 and but about 35. But about 5, but about 35, up 5 and but about 40, 40, but about 4 days, but now 40, but about 40, 40, but about 40,000, but at 40, 40, but about 40, but about 40, 40, but about 40, but about 40, 40, but about 40,000 bid. At 4 days, but about 45, but about 5, but about 45, 5, up 5 and 4, but about 45, but about 5, but about 45, but about 45,000, but up 5 and 4, but about 45, but about 5, but about 45,000, but 45 boom. 45, but about 45, meerkat, kyk net, ons is by 45, 45, but about 5, but about 45, but about 5, but about 45, but about 45, but about 5, but about 45, but about 45, but about 45,000, but up 5,000, but about 50, but about 50, 50, but about 50, but about 50, but about 50, 50, but about 50,000, but about 50, but about 50, 50, but about 50 bid, up 5,000, but about 50, but about 7,000, but now 60, but about 7,000, but now 7,000, but about 60,000, but up 6,000, but about 7,000, but now 60,000, but about 7,000, but now 60,000 bid, up 6,000, but about 60, your bid, at 6,000, but about 60,000, but about 7,000, but now 60, but about 60, but about 7,000, but now 60,000, but about 70, heck at 7,000, but about 77, but about 70, but about 65, heck at 65, but about 75, at 80, but about 80,000, but now 80, but about 80,000, but about 80,000, but now 80, but 80,000, but about 80, but about but now 80, but about 80, but up doctor, but about 80, but about 80,000, but now 80, but about 80,000 bid, up doctor, but about 80, but about 80,000, but about 80, but about 80, but about 80, but about 80,000, but about 80, but about 80,000 once, 80,000 twice, all through, meerkat, julle uit, all through, and all, dan at 80. Buy number 120, koop nummer 120. Thank you, Wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 2 in ring, lot nummer 2, lot nummer 2, lot nummer 2. He's one of a twin, een van 'n tweeling. Side, Rietkeil. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, selling lot number 2 in ring, lot number 2, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go. 10,000 per Martine, per Martinez, per Martine, per 10,000, 10,000 per Martine, per 10,000 per Martine, per Martine, per 10,000 per Martine, per Martinez, per Martine, per Martine, bid. 10,000 per Martine, per Martine, per 10,000 per Martine, per 10,000 per Martine, per 10,000 but up 10,000 per Martine, per 15, per 15,000 per 15, per 15, per 15 bid. Up 15,000 per 15, per 15, per 15,000 per 20, 25 per 20, 20 per 20,000 per 20,000 per now 20 bid. Up 20,000 per 20, 20 per 20,000 per 200,000 but now 20, 20 per 20,000 but up 200,000 per 20, 20 per 20,000 but now 20, 20 per 20 bid. Up 200,000 per 20, per 20, 20 per 20, 12, 25. Ik het 25 per 25, per 25, per 25,000 but up 25 per 25, per 25, per 25, 30,000 per 30,000 per 30 per 30 per 30,000 online. Up 30,000 per 35, per 35, per 35,000 but up 500 per 35, per 35, per 35, up 500 per 35, per 35,000 once. And 35,000 twice, and all through, and then a 35. Baie dankie, koper nummer 185, 185. Dames en heren, net vinnig, is die klank vir julle reg? Kan julle almal ons mooi hoor? Links, regs, voor, agter, hoog, onder. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 4, lot nummer 4, selling on behalf of Leonard and Lipdiran. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, side Karsten boerdery, ram met 'n groeiindeks van 107, een van 'n tweeling, he's one of a twin, he's lot number 4, let's go. 10,000 per 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 10,000 but up 10,000 per 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 10 bid up 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 but up 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 but up 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 bid up 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 asking 12 at 12,000 per 12,000 but now 14 per 14 per 14,000 per 14 per 7 but up 17,000 per 7 per 77 per 17,000 but now 70,000 but up 17,000 per 7 per 77 per 70,000 but now 7 per 77 per 7 bid up 17,000 but now 70,000 per 7 per 77 per 70,000 but up 17 per 7 per 17 per 20 20,000 I got 20,000 per 200,000 but now 20 per 20 20 per 22 at 22 per 22 per 25 per 5 per 25 per 5 per 25 30 ek 30,000 per 30,000 per 30,000 but now 30 per 30 30 per 30,000 up 30,000 per 30 30 per 30,000 per 35 35 per 5 per 35 per 5 per 35 per 5 per 35 bid up 500 per 35 per 5 per 35,000 once 35 by jou Blaine, 35,000 twice, all through, and all, done. Baie nummer 148, Koperman 148, baie nummer 148. Dankie Willem. Ladies and gentlemen, he's lot number 5, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 5, lot number 5. He's a Formula 1 seun, ladies and gentlemen, he's a Formula 1 son, uit 'n uitstekende ouma, Demi-Lee. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, lot nummer 5, lot number 5. Look at him, one of a twin, een van 'n tweeling. Lot nummer 5, lot number 5. Let's go. 10,000, but about 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 10,000. Donkey. Continue, and I got 10,000, but about 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 10,000, but not 10,000, but about 10,000, but about 10 bid. Up 10,000, but about 10,000, but about 10,000, but about 10,000, but about 10,000, but not 10,000, but about 10,000, but up 10,000, but about 12,000, but about 12,000, but not 10,000, but about 10,000, but about 12,000, but not 10,000, but about 12,000, but up 12,000, but about 15, but about 50, but about 15,000, but now 15, but about 15 bid. Up 15, but about 15, but about 15, 50, but about 7, but about 17,000, but now 17,000, but up 17,000, but about 20, 20, but about 20,000, but about 20,000, but about 20, 20, but about 20 bid. Up 20,000, but about 20, 20, but about 25, but about 5, but about 25, but about 5, but about 30,000, but up 30,000, but about 30,000, but about 30, but about 35. Get 500, but about 35, but about 5, but about 40, 40, but about 40,000. Bid at 40,000, but about 40, but about 40, 40, but about 40, but about 40, 40, but about 40,000, but 5. At 5 and 4, but about 45, but about 5, but about 45, but about 5, but about 45,000, but up 5 and 4, but about 45, but about 5, but about 45, but about 5, but about 45,000 bid. Up 5 and 4, but about 40. But now 40, but about 40, 40, but about 45. Look at 5 and 5, but about 45, but about 5, but about 45, but about 5, but about 45, but about 5, but about 45,000, but oh, 5 and 5, but about 45, but about 55. Asking 57. Thank you, Omu. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 6, lot number 6, ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, weer 'n Formule 1 seun, een van 'n tweeling, one of a twin. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, lot number 6, lot number 6. Like lot number 5, packed with blue blood genetics. Lot number 6, lot number 6, let's go. 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, but not 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10,000, but not 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, but not 10, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10, but not 10, but about 10,000 bid. Up 10,000, but about 10, but about 10,000, but not 10, but about 10, but not 10, 15, but about 15, but about 15,000, but that's up 20,000, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20,000, but about 20, 20, but about 20 bid. Up 20,000, but about 5, but about 25, but about 5, but about 25, but about 5, but about 25, but about 5, but about 25,000, but 30,000, but about 30,000. But now 30, but about 30, 30, but about Derek by May 35. Look at 35, but about 5, but about 35, but about 5, but about 35, but about 5, but about 35 bid. Up 5 and down, but about 35, but about 5, but about 35, but about 40, but about 40, 40, but about 40,000, but up 0,000, but about 40, but about 40, 40, but about 40, but about 40, 40, but about 40,000, but about 40, but about 40, 40, but about 40 bid. Up 0,000, but about 40, but about 40, 40, but about 40,000, but about 40, but about 40,000, but look at 5 and 4, but about 50, but about 5,000, but now 50, but about 50, 50, but about 50,000, but now 50 bid. Up 5,000, but about 50, but about 50, 50, but about 50, but about 50,000, but about 50, but about 50, 50, but about 55. Look at 55, but about 5, but about 55, but about 5, but about 55. Up 5 and 5, but about 55. Dirk is by my 55, but about 5, but about 7,000, but now 60, but about 60, but about 7,000, but now 60, but about 7,000, but now 60,000, but up 7,000, but about 60, but about 7, but about 7,000, but now 70 bid. Up 7,000, but about 7, but about 77, but about 70,000, but about 7,000, but now 70,000, but at 77, but about 7, but about 77, but about 7, but about 7,000, but now 70,000, but up 7, but about 77, but about 7, but about 77, but about 7,000, but up 7, but about 77, but about 70,000. 80. 80,000, but about 80, but about 80, but about 80, but about 80,000, but now 80, but about 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 80,000, but about 80, but about 80, but about 80, but about 80 bid. Up 80,000, but about 80, but about 80,000, but about 80, but about 80,000, but now 80, but about 80, but about 80,000 once. Ons gee net so 'n klein kansie. 80's bid. 80,000's the bid. Ons gee net so 'n klein kans vir die sein. 80's the bid. By jou, Dirk, 80,000, 80,000, 80,000. $80,000, maar by die 80,000, ons wacht net so 'n klein rukkie vir die sein, ons gee net vir almal 'n gelyke kans, 80's the bid. 80,000 once, 80,000 twice, all through. And done at 80. Thank you very much, buyer number 180, Koper 130, buyer number 180. Ladies and gentlemen, look at him. He's lot number 7. He's one of the better ones around. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Fafsien, een van 'n tweeling. He's one of a twin. He's lot 7. Look at him. Let's go. 10,000, but 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 10,000, the shell motor. 10,000, but 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 20,000, but 200,000, but 20, 20, but 20, but 20, 20, but 5. Record 5 and 20, but 25, but 5, but 25, but 25, but 5, but 25,000, but up 5 and 20, but 25, but 5, but 5, but 25, but 5, but 25, up 5 and 20, but 25, but 5, but 25, but 30, record 30, 30, but 30,000, but 35, but 5, but 35, but 5, but 35, at 5 and but 35, but 5, but 40, 40, but 4,000, but now 40,000, but at 45, but 5 and 4, but 45, but 5, but 45, 5,000, but 30,000, but 30, but 30, 40, but 30, but 30, 40, but 30, but 40,000, but up 5,000, but 30, but 30, 40, but 30, but 45, up 5 and 5, but 60, but 70,000, but 60,000, but 70,000, but 60,000 bid, at 65, but 65, but 65, but 5, but 70,000 bid, up 7,000, but 70, but 77, but 70, but 75, at 75, but 75, but 5, but 75,000, but up 77, but 75, 80, 80, but 80,000, but now 18, 90, record 19,000, I got 1990, but 1990, but 90,000, but 1990, but 90 bid, up the 1,000, but 1990, but 1,000, but 1,000, get around 1,000, but up 1,000, but 1,000, but 1,000, get around 1,000 bid, up 1,000, but 110, but 110, but 110, but 110, but get around 110 bid, up 110, but 110, but 110, but 110, but 110. Asking 115. 110 bid. 15, thank you. 115,000, but 115, but 115,000, but 115, but 130, but 130, but 120,000, but 120. At 120, 20, but 120, 20, but 120, 20, but 120, 120, 20, but 120, asking 125. 120,000, but 120, 20, but 125, 125, but 105 and 20, but 125, but 125, but 125, but 125, but 125, up 105 and 20, 20, but 125, but 125 once. 125,000 twice, all through, and all done. Dankie Oom Boeram, gee hom 'n lekker groot hand, koop hom 123, by nummer 123. Righto, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 8, lot nummer 8, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, hy is 'n pokerseun. Poker natuurlijk die ram op die 2024 joernaal se voorblad. Hy is 'n pokerseun. One of a triplet. Hy is een van 'n drieling LMI 105, Groei Index 101, Reproduksie Index 110. Ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 8, lot nummer 8, let's go. Hot, ladies and gentlemen, let's get on. Nervatella, teenage, Bermatere, Bermatin, 10,000, Bernatere, Bermatines, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000, Bermatere, Bermatines, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000, Bernatere, Bermatere, Bermatin, bed. Hecatines, Ragatere, Bermatin, 1,000, Bernatere, Bermatines, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000, Bernatin, 15. Up fighting, Zerbatna, fighting, Berma 20, 20, Berma 20, Zerbatna, 20, Berma 20, 20, Berma 20, Berma 20, 20, Berma 20, bed. Up 25, Berma 5, Berma 30, 30, Berma Dara, Zerbatna, 30, Berma 30,000, Berma 30, 30, Berma 30, bed. Up Dara. Bermatari, 1,000, Bermadara, Bermatari, Bermatari 5, Ecket 40, Berma 40, Berma 40, Berma 4, Berma 5, Berma 45, 50, up fighter, Berma 50, Berma 50, 50, Berma 50, Berma 50, 55, at 45, Berma 5, Berma 60, Berma 7, Berma 60,000, but upsize the Berma 60, Berma 7, Berma 60, Berma 7, Berma 60 bid, upsize the Berma 7, Berma 60, Berma 7, Berma 60, asking 65, upsize the Berma 7, Berma 60, Berma 7, Berma 60, Berma 7, Berma 60,000 once, 60,000 twice, all through, and all. Done at 60. Buy number 132, dankie Tommy. Tommy van Kerken. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, selling on behalf of Hein Boysen, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 11, lot number 12, lot number 11, side, Lucas Berger. Ladies and gentlemen, get him down, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 11, lot number 12, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 11, lot number 12, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, is lot number 11, let's go. Up, teenage, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000, Bermatere, Bermatines, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000, bid. Up, teenage, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000, Bermatere, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000, but up, teenage, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000, Bermatin, donkey. Teenage, and I got a Tere, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000, Bermatere, Bermatere, Bermatin, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000, Bermatere, Bermatin, 1,000. 12. Heck at 12 days and I get a 12 days and Berma 12 days and Berma 12,000 but not Berma 15. Up 15 days and Berma 15, Berma 15, Berma 15,000 Berma 15, Berma 15 bid. Up 15 days and Berma 15, Berma 15, Berma 15 asking 17. Up 15 days and Berma 15, Berma 15, Berma 15, Berma 15, Berma 15, 17. Heck at 17 days and Berma 7, Berma 77, Berma 7, Berma 77, Berma 7, Berma 70,000 bid. Up 70 days and Berma 70,000, Berma 70 days and Berma 70,000, Berma 70,000, but up 70 days and Berma 70,000, Berma 70, Berma 70, Berma 77, Berma 70 bid. Up 70 days and Berma 70,000 once, 17,000 twice, all through, and all. Done at 17. Buy donkey. Just your buyer's number, please. It's buyer number 150, 150. Thank you, Pakiso. Lot number 12, lot number 12. Lot number 12, lot number 12. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, we're at lot number 12, lot number 12. LMI 103. Groei index van 106. Reproduksie index van 101. Ladies and gentlemen, side, Lucas Berger. Een van 'n tweeling, he's one of a twin. He's lot number 12. Let's go. 10 December, 10,000, 10,000, 12,000, 12,000, 12,000, up 15, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 14,000, 17,000, 17,000, 77, 20, 20, 20, 20,000 bed, 20,000, 20, 20, 20,000, 20, 20, 20 bed, up 20,000, 20, 20, 20,000, 25, 25, 25, but up 5 and 20, 25, 25, 25, 25, up 5 and 20, 25, 25, 25,000, but up 5 and 20, 25, 25, asking 27, 25, 25,000 once, 25,000 twice, all through, and done at 25. Ons wil baie graag eintlik 40 gee vir die ram. Mag ek jou vra vir 30,000? Hein, 30 kan ek hom al verkoop? 30,000, baie dankie, hy is verkoop. Net koper maar 189, 189, 189. Baie dankie, Herzog Lamprecht. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 13, lot number 13, selling on behalf of Odessa Burgoutstad George Gibson, sire side Andries Volgraaf, going back to Lucas Burger. Hier is 'n gebruiksram wat al bokkies op die grond het, en volgens Andries is sy bokkies regtig baie mooi. Lot number 13, lot number 13, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Up 10 December, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, but up 10 December, 10,000, 10,000, but up 10 December, 12,000 bed, up 12 December, 12,000, 12,000, but up 12 December, 12,000, 12,000 bed, up 12 December, 12,000, 12,000, 12,000 twice, all through, and all, done at 12. Dankie, koper maar 138, dankie Gerry. Ladies and gentlemen, he's lot 14, lot number 14, lot number 14. Sire side, Einboysen, Pablo Lane. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, selling on behalf of Karsten Boerdery, lot number 14, lot number 14. Hy is een van 'n tweeling, he's one of a twin. Groei index van 114. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 14, let's go. Up 10 December, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 12. 12 days and I got 12,000, 12,000, 15 bid. Up 15 December, 14,000, but up 15 December, 14,000, but up 15 December, 14,000 bid. Op 15 December, 14, julle laat 'n goeie ram verbygaan van min geld. Op 15 December, 14,000, 14,000 once. And 15,000 twice. And all through. And all. Done. 5-0. Koper maar 5-0-3-8-5-0-3-8. 5038. 5038. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 16, lot number 16, selling on behalf of Albert van Zyl. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 16, lot number 16. What do you say? Let's go. I see een van het tweeling, one of a twin, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Op 10,000, nummer 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 10,000, dankie. Ek 10,000, ek het 10,000, nummer 10,000, nummer 10,000, nummer 10, 12,000, nummer 12,000, but ek het 15,000, nummer 15, nummer 15, 15,000, nummer 15, noem Rupert. 15, 17, 17,000, number 7, number 7, number 20, 20, number 20,000, number 20, number 20, 20, number 20, number 20, 20, bid. Ek het 25, number 5, number 25, number 5, number 25,000, but op 25, number 25, number 5, number 25, number 5, number 25, op 25, number 25, number 5, number 25, number 5, number 25,000 once. And 7, 20, 28, 28, number 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 28, asking 30. 28, number 28, number 28, number 28, number 28,000 once. And 30. 30,000, asking 2. Up there, 30,000, 32,000 once. And 32,000 twice. And all through. And done at 32. Baie dankie. Thank you, Ahmed. By number 5024. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 17, lot number 17, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Hy is Maserati seun, 'n ram wat uitstekende bokkies by Tommy geteel het. Ladies and gentlemen, look at him. He's got the looks. He's got it all. Lot 17, let's go. Hy is een van 'n drieling gewees. He was one of a triplet. What do you say? 10,000, number 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 10,000, 12,000, number 12,000, number 15, number 15,000, omroeper. 12. Ons het op dieselfde plek gevat. 12,000, nummer 12,000, number 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 15. Ek het 15,000, number 15, number 17,000, number 70,000, number 20, 20, number 20,000 bid. Op 20,000, number 20, 20, number 20,000 is against you, 20. At 22, number 20, number 25, number 5, number 25, number 5, number 25, number 25, number 27, but ek het 27,000, number 27, 7, number 27,000 bid. Up 720, number 27, 7, number 27, asking 30. Up 720, number 27, 7, number 720, but not 27, 7, number 27,000, number 27, 7, number 27,000, but up 720, number 27,000, number 27, 7, number 20. 28, 28, number 30,000, number 30,000, number 30,000, number 30,000, number 30,000, but up there, number 30,000, number 30,000 once. And 2. 32, 32, 32, 32, 32, 35. Look at 35, 35. Up 5 and 35,000 once. And 35,000 twice. And all through. And done at 35, bottom of 127. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 18. Lot number 18, lot number 18. Enemy. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 18, lot number 18. Side side. Albert van Zyl, going back, Andries Volgraaf. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, he's one of a triplet. Hy's een van 'n drieling. Lot number 18, let's go. 10, 10, 10,000, 10 is about 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 is about 10,000, 10,000 is about 10,000, 10,000 is about 10,000, but 10 is about 10,000, 10 is about 10,000, bid, 10 is about 10,000, bid already, 10,000, about 10,000, asking 12, 10 is about 10,000, but now 10,000, bid, up 10 is about 10,000, but now 10,000, once. 12 days in Burma 12,000 Burma 12,000 Burma 12,000 Burma 12 days in Burma 12,000 Burma 12 days in Burma 12,000 but up 12 days in Burma 12,000 Burma 12,000 but now once and 12 twice and 15 days in Burma 15 Burma 30 Burma 15 Burma 15,000 Burma 15 Burma 30 Burma 15 Burma 15,000 Burma 15 Burma 15 bid at 15 days but now 15 Burma 30 Burma 15 Burma 15,000 but now once and 15 twice and all through and done at 15 by number 150 Gopin Monono to fight up by donkey. Ladies and gentlemen, selling on behalf of CNC, Boerbokveiling. Uitstekende stringdiere wat hulle vir ons gebring het. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, lot nummer 20, lot nummer 20. Side Martin Compion going back on Boysen. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, is lot nummer 20, lot nummer 20. Groei indeks van 107. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, lot nummer 20, lot 20. Let's go. Up 10 days in Burma 10,000 Burma 10 days in Burma 10 Burma 12 Burma 15 Burma 15 days in Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 7 Burma 22 Eket 20 Burma 25 Burma 5 Burma 30,000 Burma 10 days in Burma 35 Eket 35 Burma 5 Burma 35 Burma 5 Burma 35 40 Eket 4 days in Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40,000 but up 4 days in Burma 45 Eket 45 Burma 45 Burma 5 Burma 45 Burma 5 Burma 45 Burma 45,000 but up 5 and 4 Burma 45 Burma 40 Burma 40 days Burma 40 Burma 40 40 Burma 40 bid up 5 days Burma 40 Burma 40 40 Burma 40 Burma 40,000 Burma 40 Burma 40,000 but up 5 days Burma 40 Burma 40 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 40 Burma 40,000 but now 40 40 Burma 40,000 once. Moet ek jou help met 2000 50 asking 2 50 bid 50,000 once 50,000 twice all through and 2 is it a nuwe man blyn 52 bid asking 55 52 Burma 2 Burma 2 Burma 2 Burma 42 Burma 2 Burma 2 Burma 2 Burma 2 Burma 42 Burma 2 Burma 2 Burma 42 Burma 2 Burma 2 Burma 42 Burma 2 Burma 2 at 52,000 going once and 52,000 twice and all through and done. Baie dankie Albie. 174 Ladies and gentlemen, is lot number 21, lot number 21 en lot number 21. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, LMI 107, groei 108, reproduksie 101. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, lot number 21, lot number 21. Look at them, let's go. 10 days in Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 is Burma 10 Burma 10,000 but now 10 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 but now 10 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 but now 10 Burma 10 bid 10 days and I got 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 12 Burma 12 days but now 10 Burma 12 Burma 15 up 15 days in Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 15,000 bid up 15 days but now 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 15,000 Burma 15 Burma 15,000 but 17 up 17 days but now 7 Burma 77 Burma 7 Burma 17 days but now 70,000 but up 17 days but now 7 Burma 77 Burma 7 Burma 77 Burma 17 bid up 17 days but now 70,000 Burma 7 Burma 77 Burma 17,000 once and 17,000 twice, and all through, and all. Done at 17. Baie dankie Meerkat. UAE Boerbokveiling 5013, 17,000. Ladies and gentlemen, selling on behalf of Stefans Malan, lot number 25, lot number 25. He's one of a twin, een van 'n tweeling. Hy is gebruik in kuddes. Dames en here, ladies and gentlemen, reproductie index van 110, LMI 101, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 25, lot number 25, let's go. 10,000 10,000 10,000 but now 12,000 but now 12,000 bid 12,000 but 12,000 but 12,000 but 12,000 but now 14 but 14 bid up 15,000 but 14 but 14 but 14,000 but 14,000 but up 15,000 but 14 but 14,000 but 14,000 but ek het 15,000 but now 14 but 14 julle laat 'n goeie ram verby gaan vir my geld op 15,000 but 14 but 14,000 but 14 but 70 but ek het 17,000 but 77 but 70,000 bid op 17,000 but now 7 but 77 but 70,000 but at 20,000 but now 20 but 22 but 25 at 25 but 25 om Rupert dis by oom 25 but 25 is dit dieselfde een geweest terug 22 toe ek het 22 but 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 22 op 22 but 22 but 22,000 once and 22,000 twice and all through and all done. Stefans, is hy hier naby, ek sien hom nie nou nie. Reg so? Ons wil baie graag ook 40,000 vir daai ram hê. Maar net vir vandag. Kan ons op 30 mekaar kry? Stefans, hulle is uit op 30. Verkoop ek hom of gaan ons hom eers laat verbygaan? Eers laat verbygaan. Is dit reg? Hy is verkoop, baie dankie. Net gou julle nommer asseblief. 1 3 4. Baie dankie juffrou Nel en Haie, baie dankie. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ons is by lot nummer 26, lot nummer 26, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, selling on behalf of Mr. PJ van Rensburg. Een van 'n tweeling is one of a twin. Ladies and gentlemen, reproductie index van 104, lot nummer 26, let's go. 10,000 but 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 12,000 but 12,000 but 12,000 but 12,000 but 12,000 but 12,000 but 12 bid ek het 12,000 but 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 op 12,000 but 12,000 but 12,000 but 12,000 but 12,000 but 12,000 but op 12,000 but 12,000 but 12,000 but 12,000 but 12,000 but 12,000 15 ek het 15,000 but now 15 but 15 but 15,000 but 15 but 15 bid op 15,000 but 15 but 15,000 once and 15,000 twice and all through and all done. Meneer van Rensburg, is dit reg so? Ek dankie. Buy number 179. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 28, lot number 28 in ring. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, selling on behalf of Shongololo Boergoedstad, Oom Fouché Blighnout. Ladies and gentlemen, Sat Lucas Burger. Lot number 28, lot 28, let's go. Up 10 days of 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10 days of 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, asking 12. 12 days of 12 days of 12 days of 12,000. 15, up 15 days, 15, 15, 15, 15,000 bid, up 15 days, 15, 15,000, but now 15 once, and 15,000 twice, all through, and all, dan I can get, 15 baie dankie, hy is verkoop, by a 5038. Lot number 29, lot number 29. Ladies and gentlemen, on the sire as well as the dam side out of Lucas Burger. Ladies and gentlemen, is lot number 29, lot number 29. Let's go. Up 10 days, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, donkey. 10 days, and I got 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 bed. 10 days, 12 days, 12 days, 12,000, but up 12 days, 12,000, 12 days, 12 days, 12,000 bed. Up 12 days, 12 days, 12 days, 14, 14, but up 15 days, 14, 14,000, but at 17 days, 77, but up 17 days, 77, but 70,000, but 77, but 70 bid, up 17 days, but now 70,000, but now 70,000 once. And 17,000 twice, and all through, and done at 17. By a 5028, 5028. Baie dankie Bram, hy gaan Hoedspruit toe. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, selling lot number 30, lot number 30, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, on behalf of Casper en Ludien, Nico Botha, Boerbokveiling, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, he's one of a quadruplet, hy's een van 'n vierling. Ladies and gentlemen, look at him. Lot number 30, lot number 30, let's go. Up 10 days, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10 days, and donkey. 10 days, and I got 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, but 10,000, but 12 days, 12,000, but 12,000, but 12,000, but 12,000 bid. Up 12 days, 12,000, but 15 days, but 15,000, but at 17 days, but now 70,000, but 70,000, but 77 bid. 17 days, but now 70,000, but 70,000, but up 17 days, but now 70,000, but 70,000 once. And 17,000 twice, and all through, and all done at 17. Thank you very much, ULE Boergoedstad 5013. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 31, something special. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, groeiindeks van 111, LMI 112, reproductie 104. Ladies and gentlemen, dis lot number 31, hy's lot nummer 31. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, hierdie is jong diere, 11 maande oud, lot 31, lot number 31. Let's go. 10,000 per maand, per maand, 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 10,000 droom vir ons net so een keer. Kyk net bietjie hoe spog hierdie ram. Ek het 10,000 per maand, per maand, 10,000 per maand, per maand, 10,000 per maand, per maand, per maand, 10,000 per maand, per maand, per maand, 10,000 per maand, per maand, per maand, per maand, per maand, 12,000 per maand, per maand, 12 bid. Ek het 15,000 per maand, 15 per maand, 15 per maand, 15 per maand, 15,000 per maand, 15 per maand, 15 bid. Op 15,000 per maand, 15, 18, 18 per maand, 10,000 per maand, 18, 18 per maand, 18, 18 per maand, 18. 18,000 per maand, 18, 18 per maand, 18, asking 20. 18,000 per maand, 18, 18 per maand, 18 per maand, 18, 18 per maand, 18 per maand, 18, 18 per maand, 18 per maand, 80 per my 10 per my 10 80 per my 10,000 but 18,000 per my 10 80 per my 10 per my 20 20 per my 200,000 but now 20 20 per my asking 2 ek het 200,000 per my 20 20 per my 20,000 per my 200,000 per my 20 20 per my 20,000 but op 200,000 per my 20 20 per my 20,000 once and 20,000 twice all through and all dan net 20 baie dankie Meerkat 5020, koper nummer 5020. Baie dankie Piet Maree. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, is lot number 32, lot nummer 32, lot number 32. Selling on behalf of Isabel Fourie, LMI of 102, reproductie index van 107. Lot nummer 32, lot nummer 32, ladies and gentlemen, in the ring, let's go. Hop, 10,000 per maand, per maand, 10,000 per maand, per maand, 10,000 per maand, per maand, per maand, 10,000 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 but hop, 10,000 per maand, per maand, 10,000 per maand, per maand, 10,000 per maand, per maand, per maand, 10,000 per maand, per maand, 10,000 but hop, 10,000 per maand, per maand, 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 10,000 bid hop, 10,000 per maand, per maand, 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 10,000 but 10,000 rand vir hom per maand, per maand, 10,000 per maand, per maand, 10,000 but now per maand, 10,000 but now per maand, 10,000 once and 12,000 per maand, per maand, 12,000 but now per maand, 12,000 per maand, per maand, 12,000 but now 12 per maand, per maand, 12,000 per maand, per maand, 12,000 but up 12,000 per maand, per maand, 12,000 per maand, per maand, 12,000 per maand, 12 asking 15, 12,000 per maand, per maand, 12,000 per maand, per maand, 12,000 once twice all through and done as ek mag 12,000 maar Piep, wie was die 12? Help my net gou, waar was die 12? Die onderbeer? There was a bid after the bidding closed of 15, so we're just going to auction it off again and make it a dispute, but only between you and the guy online. 12 was with you, 15 online, 17 next bid. 17 okay with you? 17,000 per month, 17,000 per month, 77 per month, 17,000 per month, 17,000 per month, 77 per month, 17,000 per month, 17,000 but up 17,000 per month, 7 per month, 77 per month, 17,000 per month, 17 asking 20 once twice all through and done. Buy number 150, koper 150. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 33, lot number 33. Selling on behalf of Machendrick Jordan. Ladies and gentlemen, look at him. Lot number 33, een groeiindeks van 104. Side, Lucas Burger, een van de tweeling, lot 33, lot 33. Let's go. 10,000 berma 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 10 bid. Op 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10 dankie. Ek 10,000 reg berma 10,000 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 berma op 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 12,000 berma 10,000 berma 12,000 berma 12,000 berma 10,000 berma 12 bid. Ek 12,000 berma 10,000 berma 12,000 berma 10,000 berma 12,000 berma 10,000 berma 12 berma 15. Ek 15,000 berma 15 berma 40 40 berma 40 berma 40 40 berma 70 berma 70,000 berma 70,000 asking 20. Ek 17,000 berma 7 berma 77 berma 70,000 berma 7 berma 7 bid. At 17,000 berma 7 berma 77 berma 7 berma 70,000 berma 7 berma 7 but at 70,000 once and 17,000 twice and all through and all done at 17. By 179 by donkey. By donkey Stefan. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 36. Selling on behalf of Henry Marie, Colony Ranch. Lot number 36. LMI 106. Groei index van 107. Reproductie index van 102. Hy is een van 'n vierling. He is one of a quadruplet. Ladies and gentlemen, sire side, Heinboysen, lot 36. Let's go. Up 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 but not 10 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 but not 10 berma 10,000 but not 10 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 but up 10,000 berma 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 10,000 but not 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 bid up 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 but not 10 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 but up 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 10,000 but not 10 berma 10,000 but up 10,000 berma 10,000 berma 1,000, 8,000, 8,000 rand, 8,000, voordat hy uitgaan, 8,000 rand, 8,000 bid, 8, but my 1,000, but my 1,000, but my 1,000, but now 8, but my 1,000, but now 8, but my 1,000 once, and 8 twice, and all through and done by 179 in 79. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 37, lot number 7, ladies and gentlemen, selling on behalf of Davy Meats. Ladies and gentlemen, weer eens een van 'n vierling, one of a quadruplet. Side Lucas Burger, ladies and gentlemen, lot 37, lot number 37, let's go. 10,000 berma 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 10,000 dankie. Ek 10,000 berma 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 10,000 but op 10,000 berma 10 berma 12 berma 12,000 berma 12 berma 12,000 berma 12 berma 12 berma 12,000 bid. Ek 12,000 berma 15 berma 40 40 berma 15 berma 15 berma 40 40 berma 15 berma 40 40 berma 15 at 17 20 20,000 berma 20 20 berma 20,000 berma 20 berma 20 20 berma 20,000 berma 20,000 berma 20 berma 20 20 berma asking 2 ek 20,000 berma 20 20 berma 20,000 berma 20,000 berma 20 berma 20 20 berma 22 20 berma 20 20 berma 20 berma 20 berma 20 20 berma 20 berma 20 berma 20 20 berma 20 berma 22 but op 20,000 berma 20 20 berma 20 berma 20 20 berma 20 berma 22,000 once and 22,000 twice and 25 25 Fabrama 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 25 ek het 25 Fabrama 25 Fabrama 25 Fabrama 25,000 once and twice, and all through, and done, 25. Davie, ek weet nie waar is jy nie, dis as ek mag. Baie dankie. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 38, lot nummer 38, side side, Bram Maritz. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, hy is een van 'n drieling, hy is one of a triplet. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 38, lot nummer 38, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go! Op 10 December, 10,000, 10 December, 10,000, 10 bird. Up 10 December, 10,000, 10,000, but 10 December, 10,000, but not 10,000, 8,000 rand begin my, 8,000, 8,000, 1,000 bid. Ek het 8,000 by my teber, 10, 10,000 by my teber, 10,000, 12, 12,000 by 12,000, but now 10, 12,000, but now 10, 12,000, but 12, but 12,000, but 12,000, but now 10, 12,000, but now 12, but 12,000 once, and 12,000 twice, and all through, and done at 12. By number 191, 191, 191. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 39, lot nummer 39, lot nummer 39, Telana, hoekom staan jy nou daar? Ladies and gentlemen, selling on behalf of Telano, Otto, Anana, Boerbokveiling. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, side, Dirk Liter. He's one of a twin, een van 'n tweeling. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Up 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, dankie. Ek het 10,000, ek het 10,000, 12. Ek het 12,000, ek het 12,000, 12,000, but 12,000, but up 12,000, 15. Ek het 15,000, ek het 14,000. 14 bid. Op 15 December, 14 bid. 17,000, 17,000, 17 but now 7 bid. 7 bid. Ek het 70 December, but now 70,000, 77 bid. 77 bid. Op 17 December, but now 70,000, 77 bid. 70,000 once. 70,000 twice. All through, and done I can get. Baie dankie, UAE Boerbokveiling 5013 vir 17,000 rand, baie dankie. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, selling lot nummer 40, lot nummer 40, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, namens Jacques Potgieter. He's one of a twin, hy is een van 'n tweeling, LMI 106, groei indeks van 105, reproduksie 102, side, Connie Coetzee, hierdie ram kom uit die appellyn, almal van julle ken vir appel, en hy's 'n ongewisselde ram, hy's nog dis 'n lam. Ladies and gentlemen, he's lot nummer 40, lot nummer 40, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê hulle, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 40, lot nummer 40, let's go! Op 10 December, 10,000, 10,000, dankie. Ek het 12,000, ek het 12, 14, 15 December, 14, 14,000, 14 bid. Ek het 15 December, 14, 14,000, 14 bid. Op 15 December, 14, 14,000, 14,000, but op 15 December, 14,000 once, and 17, and 20. 20,000, 22 onder, 25. 25 Fabrama 5 Fabrama 25 Fabrama Fabrama 25 Fabrama Fabrama 25 Fabrama 5 Fabrama 25 Fabrama 5 and 200 set up at 25 Fabrama 25 once, 25 twice, all through, and done at 25. Baie dankie om Willem, 148. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 41, lot nummer 41, selfe story, side side, kon ek goed sê, uit die appellyn, ram met baie goeie lengte van lyf, lot 41, let's go. Op 10 December, Matere, 10,000, Matere, 10 December, Matere, 10,000, Matere, 10 December, Matere, 10,000, Matere, 10,000, Matere, 10 bid. Op 10 December, Matere, 10,000, Matere, 10,000, Matere, 10 December, Matere, 10 but op 10 December, Matere, 10,000, Matere, 12. Ek 12 December, Matere, 12 December, Matere, 12,000 but op 12 December, Matere, 12 December, 12,000, but not 12 bid. Up 12 December, 12,000, but 15, 13, 13,000, but 13, but 13, 13, but 13, but 14, but 15 December, but now 15, but 15, 15, but 15 bid. Up 15 December, but 15, but 15, but 15, 15, but 15, but 15, 15, but 15, but 15,000, but up 15 December, but now 15, but 15, 15, but 15, but 15,000, but now once and 17. And 20. Ek 20 back at 20, 20, but about 20,000, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20,000, but up to another, but about 20, 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20,000, but about 20, 20, but about 20, asking to. Ek 20 days, I get 20,000, but about 20 days, but 20, 20, but about 20,000, but now once, and 20 twice, and all through, and done at 20. Oktober maar 189, 189. Ladies and gentlemen, is lot number 47, lot 47. Karoo Livestock, lot 47. Sire side, Leonard Diran. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 47, lot number 47 in the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, is one of a 20 and van a twilling. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 20,000 to start. 20,000 rand begin by 20. Dankie. Ek 20,000 ek het 20 20 by 20 20 by 20 by 20 20 by 20,000 by 20 by 200,000 by 20 by 20 20 by 20 by 20,000 by 20 by 20 20 by 25. Ek 20 20 by 20 by 20 20 by 25 by 5 by 25 by 25. Ek het 25 by 25 by 5 by 25 asking 27. Ek het 25 by 27 by 27 7 by 30 30 by 35. 35, ek het 35 by 35, by 5 by 35, by 5 by 35,000 but op 35 by 35, by 5 by 44 by 400 by 40 by 45, ek het 45 by 5 by 45 by 45, op 45 by 40 by 50 by 40 by 50 by 50 bid, ek het 55 by 5 by 45 by 5 by 45 by 55, at 45 by 5 by 55 by 45 by 55 but at 60,000 but now 60,000 bid. It says that there's about 62. Ek at 62,000 but now 62,000 but up 62,000 asking 65. Twin says the 62,000 once. And 62,000 twice. In Meerkat is julle uit. And all through. And all. Done. Thank you very much, Wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 48, lot nummer 48. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, hy is breed, hy is diep, hy is dik. Lot nummer 48, lot nummer 48, namens Leonard Diran. Ladies and gentlemen, science side, Einboysen. On the dam side, PV Koortsen. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 48, lot 48. Hier is 'n ram wat vleis dra. Let's go. 20. 10. 10,000 berma 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 10 berma 12 berma 12 berma 12,000 berma 10 berma 12 berma 14 berma 14 berma 14 berma 14 bid. Ek het 15,000 berma 14 berma 14 berma 14 berma 17,000 berma 17 22. Ek het 22 berma 20 berma 22 berma 20 berma 20 berma 22 berma 25 berma 5 berma 25 berma 25 bid. At 25 berma 5 berma 27 berma 27 7 berma 27,000 but op 27,000 berma 27 berma 27 berma 27 berma 30,000 bid. Ek het 30,000 berma 30,000 berma 30,000 berma 30 berma 30,000 but ek het 30,000 berma 30,000 berma 30,000 berma 30 berma 30 berma 30 berma 30,000 bid. Op 30,000 berma 30 berma 32, 32 berma 35 berma 5 berma 35 berma 5 berma 35,000 but op 35 berma 35 berma 5 berma 35 berma 5 berma 35,000 but op 35 berma 35 berma 5 berma 35 berma 37 berma 38 at 40,000 berma 40,000 berma 40 berma 40 berma 40,000 but op 40,000 berma 40 berma 40 berma 40 berma 40 berma 40 berma 40,000 op 40,000 berma 40 berma 40,000 berma 40 berma 40 berma 40,000 asking to 40,000 berma 40,000 berma 40 berma 40 berma 40,000 once and 40,000 twice and all through and all done. Buy number 168, baie dankie. Koop nummer 168 168. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 50, lot nummer 50 daar, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 50, lot nummer 50. Vir die van julle wat in die teeling 'n bietjie ingaan, hierdie is 'n Formule 1 seun op flywheel se eie ma. Formule 1 seun op flywheel se eie ma. Ladies and gentlemen, he's one of a twin. Hy is een van 'n tweeling met 'n groeiindeks van 107. Lot 50. Let's go. 20. 20,000 rand om te begin. 20. 10. 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10 berma 10,000 berma 10 berma 10,000 bid. Ek het 12,000 berma 10 berma 12,000 berma 10 berma 12,000 berma 14 berma 40 40 berma 17 but ek het 17,000 berma 7 berma 77 berma 7 berma 77 berma 70,000 berma 17 bid. Op 17,000 berma 70,000 berma 7 berma 77 berma 7 berma 77 berma 70,000 20. Ek het 20,000 berma 20 20 berma 20 20 berma 20 20 berma 20,000 bid. At 25 berma 5 berma 25 berma 5 berma 25 berma 5 berma 25,000 but op 25 berma 25 berma 5 berma 25 berma 5 berma 25. Ek het 25 berma 25 asking 27. 25 bid, your bid man. Asking 27. 27,7 berma 27,000 berma 720 berma 27 online. 30. 30,000 berma 30,000 berma 30 30 berma 30 berma 30 30 berma 30,000 berma 30,000 berma 30 30 berma 30 berma 30 30 berma 30,000 but now asking to 30 bid. 30,000 berma 30,000 but now 30 30 berma 30,000 berma 30,000 berma 30 30 berma 30 berma 30 berma 30 30 berma 30 berma 32,000 bid. Ek het 32 berma 30 30 berma 32. It's against you. 32 in front. 32 asking 35. Okay, 32,000 bermat 32 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 bermat 32,000 once and 5. 35 bermat 5 bermat 37,000 bermat 7,000 bermat 37,7 bermat 37,000 asking 40. 37's bid. Ket 7 bermat 37,000 bermat 7,000 bermat 37,7 bermat 37,000 bermat 7,000 bermat 37,7 bermat 37,000 once. 37,000 twice. Are you all through? Are you all done? Thank you, ma'am. Buy number 180. Koperman 180, 180. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 5-1, lot nummer 51. Hy's John Deere seun. Ladies and gentlemen, one of a twin, een van 'n tweeling met 'n groeiindeks van 104. 'n John Deere seun, lot 5-1. Let's go. 10. 10,000 bermat 10,000 bermat 10,000 bermat 10,000 bermat 10,000 bermat 10,000 bermat 12,000 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 bermat 15 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 bermat 17 bid. Ket 17 bermat 20 bermat 20 20 bermat 20,000 bermat 22 online. 22 bermat 20 bermat 22 bermat 20 bermat 22 bermat 20 bermat 22 25 27 bermat 7 200,000 bermat 27 7 bermat 27 bermat 27 7 bermat 27 30. Ket 30,000 bermat 30,000 bermat 30 bermat 30 bermat 30 bermat 30,000 bermat 30,000 bermat 30 bermat 30 bermat 30 bermat 30,000 online asking 32. 30 bid. 30,000 bermat 30,000 bermat 30 bermat 30 bermat 30,000 bermat 30,000 bermat 30 bermat 30,000 bermat 30,000 bermat 30 bermat 30 bermat 30,000 bermat 30 bid. Op 30,000 bermat 30,000 once and twice and all through and 2. 32 bid asking 35. Ket 32 bermat 30 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 bermat 32 asking 35. Ket 32,000 bermat 30 bermat 30 bermat 30 bermat 30 bermat 30 bermat 30 bermat 32,000 once and twice and all through and done. Buy number 5024. Thank you, Ahmed. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 52, lot number 52, making his way. He's a son of popcorn. Hy's a popcorn seun, groeiindeks van 110. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 52, let's go. 10,000 to start. 10,000 bermat 10 bermat 10 bermat 10,000 bermat 10 bermat 10,000 bermat 10 bermat 10 bermat 10,000 bermat 10 bermat 10,000 bermat 10 bermat 12 bermat 12 bermat 10 bermat 12 bermat 15 bermat 15,000 bermat 15,000 bermat 15 bermat 15 15 bermat 15 onder 15,000 bermat 15 bermat 15 15 bermat 15 bermat 15 15 bermat 15 bermat 15,000 bermat 15 bermat 15 15 bermat 15 bid. 15 bermat 17,000 bermat 17,000 bermat 7 bermat 77 bermat 7 bermat 77 bermat 7 bermat 20. 20,000 bermat 20 20 bermat 100,000 but now 20 bermat 20,000 but up 100,000 but now 20 bermat 20 bermat 20 bermat 20,000 bermat 100,000 bermat 20 bid. 22 bermat 20 bermat 22 bermat 20 bermat 22 bermat 20 bermat 22 bermat 20 bermat 22,000 but up 20 bermat 22 bermat 20 bermat 22 bermat 20 bermat 22 bermat 20 bermat 22,000 bid. Up 20 bermat 22 bermat 20 bermat 22 bermat 20 bermat 22 bermat 20 bermat 22,000 but up 20 bermat 22,000 once and 22,000 twice and all through and done. By number 127. Lot number 53, lot number 53, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. He's a dik been ramanering. Hy's a faf seun. Hy's a faf seun, lot number 53. Let's go. 10,000 per matere per matere per 10,000 per matere per matere per matine per matere per 10,000 per matere per 10,000 per matere per matere per matin 12 ek 12,000 per matere 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 bid op 15,000 per 15 per 15 per 17,000 per 17,000 per 77 per 7 bid ek 17,000 per 70,000 per 7 per 77 per 70,000 but at 70,000 per 17,000 per 7 per 77 per 70,000 but up 70,000 but now 7 per 77 per 7 per 77 per 7 per 70,000 but now 70,000 online up 17,000 but now 17,000 once and 17,000 twice and all through and done at 17. Thank you. Baie dankie OTP Boerbokveiling 5015. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 54, lot number 54, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, selling on behalf of Karsten Boerdery. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, one of a twin, een van de tweeling, side, Anton Botma. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go. 10,000 per matere per matere per matere per matere per 10,000 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 per matere per matere bid ek 10,000 per matere per 10,000 per matere per 10,000 per matere per 10,000 but ek 10,000 per matere per matere per 12,000 per matere per matere per 12,000 online ek 12,000 per matere per 12,000 13 ek 13,000 per matere 13,000 per 13 per 13 30 per 13,000 asking 15 ek 13,000 per 13 per 13 30 per 13,000 per 13,000 per 13 per 13 30 per 13,000 once and 13,000 15 15,000 per 15 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 per 15,000 but up 15,000 but now 15 per 15 per 15 per 15,000 per 15,000 once and 15,000 twice and all through and donkey cover number 127 by number 127 lot number 55 side Anton Botma. Ladies and gentlemen, is lot 55. Let's go. 10 donkey ek 10,000 ek matere per 10,000 per matere per 10,000 per matere per 10,000 per matere per 10,000 per 10 per 12 per 12,000 per 15 per 15,000 per 15 per 17,000 ek 20,000 ek 20,000 per 20 per 20 20 per 20,000 per 20 20 per 20,000 bid ek 20 per 20 20 per matere per 20 20 per matere per 20 20 per matere per 22 but ek 20 per 20 20 per matere per 20 20 per matere per 20 20 per matere per 22,000 once and 23 bid asking 25 bid 25 per 25 per 5 per 25 per 5 per 25 per 5 per 25 per 25,000 once twice all through and done by number 127. Ladies and gentlemen, he's lot number 57 selling on behalf of Stefans Milan. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, een van de tweeling, one of a twin. Hy's in die kudde gebruik. He's been used in the stud. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 57, lot number 57. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Up there, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, onder wat sellen from ladies and gentlemen, let's get onder wat sellen, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. 50, dankie. Ek het 50. Oh, sorry. Kan ons maar op 20 begin? 20, dankie. Ek het 20,000 ek het 20,000 per 20 per 20,000 per 20 20 per 22 per 20 per 20 per 25 per 5 per 27 per 27 per 27 asking 30. Ek het 30,000 ek het 30,000 per 30,000 per 30 per 32 per 32 per 32 om roep het wat omgevat. Ek ook. 30 is jou bod. 30,000 Burma 30,000 Burma 30 Burma 30 30 Burma 30,000 Burma 30,000 Burma 30 Burma 30 30 Burma 30 Burma 30 30 Burma 30,000 Burma 30,000 Burma 30 30 Burma 30,000 Burma 30 bid. Ek 30,000 Burma 30,000 Burma 30,000 Burma 30 Burma 30 30 Burma 30,000 once and 2 and 5. Ek 35 Burma 5 Burma 35 Burma 5 Burma 35 Burma 5 Burma 35 Burma 5 Burma 37,000 Burma 37 Burma 40. Ek 4,000 40,000 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40,000 bid. Op 4,000 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40,000 Burma 40 Burma 42. Ek het 42 hier om. Jy het bietjie afslag gekry by vorige ram, né? Ek het 45 Burma 5 Burma 45,000 Burma 45 Burma 5 Burma 45 Burma 5 Burma 45 Burma 5 Burma 45,000 but op 45 Burma 45 Burma 5 Burma 47 but now 50. Op 47 Burma 47,000 Burma 47,000 Burma 47 but now 47 Burma 47 but now 47 draai vir ons net so laaste keer in die ronde. Ek het 47 Burma 47,000 Burma 47 Burma 47 Burma 47 once. And twice, and all through, and done at 47. Bar number 5025. Baie dankie Johan Enslen van Durbanville. Ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 58, lot number 58, 10,000. 10,000 rand om te begin. Hy's een van 'n tweeling, one of a twin. Reproductie index van 104. Let's go. Lot 58, 10,000. 10,000 Burma 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 10,000 12. Ek het 12,000 by jou Dirk. 12,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 by Rupert. Is dit dieselfde? 10,000 by julle al twee dan. Ek het 10,000 Burma 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 12,000 Burma 12,000 Burma 12,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 12,000 Burma 15 Burma 15,000 bid. Ek het 15,000 Burma now 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 17,000 Burma 17,000 but ek het 17,000 Burma 17,000 Burma 77 Burma 17 kan ek jou help met 18. 17 bid asking 18. Dankie. 18 bid. 18,000 Burma 18,80 Burma 10 Burma 10,80 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,80 Burma 10 Burma 10,80 Burma 10 Burma 10,80 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,80 Burma 10 bid. Ek het 18,000 Burma 10,80 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,80 Burma 10,000 once. 18 twice. All through. And done. 179 by donkey. Lot number 59, lot number 59, ladies and gentlemen, sitting on behalf of Mr. PJ van Rensburg, een van 'n tweeling, one of a twin, LMI 101, reproductie 105, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 10,000 Burma 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 10,000 bid. Ek 10,000 ek Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 but not 10 bid. Ek 10,000 ek Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 12. Op 12,000 Burma 15 Burma 15,000 but now 15 Burma 15 15 Burma 15 Burma 15,000 Burma 15 Burma 17 at 17,000 but now 7 Burma 20 20 Burma 20,000 but now 20 Burma 20 20 Burma 20 but at 20,000 Burma 20 20 Burma 20,000 but now 20 Burma 20 20 Burma 20 bid. Up 20,000 but now 20 Burma 20 20 Burma 20,000 once and 20 twice and all through and done at 20. Number 186. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 60, lot nummer 60, lot nummer 60. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ander wat sê vir ram, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, reproductie niks van 105. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Up 10 December, about 10,000, 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 but now 10,000, about 10,000, about 10,000, but up 10 December, about 10,000, about 10,000, but now 8. 8 December, about 10,000, about 10,000, about 10,000, about 10,000, about 1,000, about 10,000, about 10,000, about 1,000, about 10,000, about 1,000, but now 8, about 1,000. 8,000 rand voor het uitgaan. 8,000, dankie. 8,000, maar my dear, my 1,000, maar my dear, my 1,000, maar my 1,000, maar my dear, my 1,000, maar my dear, my 1,000, once, twice, all through, and done. 8,000, 137. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 62, lot nummer 62. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, sitting on behalf of Henry Marie, side Anton Botma. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 62. Let's go. 10. Up 10 December, but 10,000, 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 but up 10 December, but 10,000, 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 8. 8,000 rand vir hom, but my dear, but my dear, but my dear, but my dear, but my 1,000, but my dear, but my 1,000, dankie. Ek het 8,000, but now 8, but my 1,000, but my dear, 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 but my 1,000, but my dear, but my bid. Ek het 8,000, but now 8, but my 1,000, but my dear, but my dear, but my dear, but my 1,000, but my dear, but my 1,000, but my dear, but my 1,000 once. And 10, 10,000, but my 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 10 bid. Op 10,000 rand, meneer is helemaal klaar. 10,000 once, twice, all through. And done. Thank you, buyer number 5013. Ladies and gentlemen, hierdie ram is gebruik in die kudde. Sy naam is At Home. Hy is 'n seun van At Last. Ladies and gentlemen, one of a twin. Hy is een van 'n tweeling. Groeiindeks van 106. Lot nummer 67. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 20,000, but about 200,000, but now 2020, but about 200,000, but now 2020, but about 2020, donkey. Ek het 10 is en ek het rated, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 10,000, but about 10, but about 12, but about 12,000, but now 10, but about 12, but about 12,000, but now 10, but about 12,000, but now 15, but about 50, 50, but about 50, bid. Ek het 70 days, but now 70,000, but about 70, but about 77, but about 70,000, but about 70 days, but at 70,000, but about 20, but about 20, but about 20, but about 20, but about 25. Ek het 27, but now 30,000, but about 30, but about 30,000, but about 30, but about 30, but 5. Ek het 35, but about 5, but about 35, but about 5, but about 35, but about 5, but about 35,000, but op 5 and down, but about 40, but about 40,000, but now 40, but about 45. Ek het 45, but about 45, but about 5, but about 45, but about 5, but about 45,000 bid. Ek het 45, but about 45, but about 5, but about 45, but about 45,000 bid. Op 45, but about 45, but about 50. Ek het 50,000, but about 50,000, but about 50, but about 50,000, but now 50, but about 50,000, but op 50,000, but now 50, but about 50, 50, but about 50,000, but about 50, but about 50, 50, but about 50,000, but now 50, but about 50,000 once. And 5, and 60. And 5. Ek het 5 en 7, but about 65, but about 77, but about 75, but about 75, but about 80, but about 80, but ek het 80,000, but about 80, 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 but about 80,000, 90. Ek het 100,000, ek het 100,000, but about 100,000, ek het 100,000, but ek het 100,000 bid. Op 100,000, but ek het 100,000, but ek het 100, but ek het 1 man, but 100,000, but now 100,000, but op 100,000, but 100,000, but now 110, 110, but ek het 110, but about 10, 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 but about 110. Asking 15. 110 bid. 110 days, America, 110, but about 10, but about 10, but about 10, but about 110. Up 110 days, number 110 once. 110 twice. All through. And 15. In export sommer net. 110 baie dankie, dankie om Kobus. Ek gaan daai nommer, 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 68, lot number 68, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 68 in the ring, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, is a Fafsien, ladies and gentlemen, let's go! Up, 10 days and about 10,000, about 10,000, about 10,000, about 10, 12. Heck at 12 days and I got 14, but about 14, but about 14,000, but heck at 15 days and about now 14, but about 14, but about 14, but about 14, but about 70 days and about now 7, but about 77, but about 70,000, but up 17 days and about now 70,000, but about 77, but about 70,000, but now 7, but about 70, but heck at 18 days and about 1980, but about 19, but about 1980, but about 19, but about 1980, but about 19, bid 18 days and about 19, but about 20, 20, but about 20 days and about now 20, 20, but about 20,000. Blind, ek sal een by jou ook vat, hoor. 20 bid. Miskien is 'n gemoed op hier. And 2. Ek het 22 by my 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 22,000 but up 20 by my 22 by my 20 by my 22 by my 25. Ek het 5 by my 25 by my 5 by my 25 by my 5 by my 25 by my 25 bid. Ek het 25 by my 25 by my 5 by my 25 by my 5 by my 25. Ek het 25 by my 25,000 once. And 25,000 twice, and all through, and 7, asking 30, 27, 27, 7, Burma 7, 200 days, but now 27, 7, Burma 27, but now 7, 200 days, but now 27, 7, Burma 27,000 once, and 27,000 twice, and 30, asking 2, 30,000 Burma days, but now 30 Burma 30, 30 Burma 30, Burma 30, 30 Burma 30, Burma 30, 30 Burma 30, Burma 30, 30 Burma 30,000 once and 2 asking 35 32 Burma 30 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 Burma 32,000 once and 32 twice. And all through, and 5. Dalk moet ek dadelik once, 35 and 37, asking 40. 37, 7, Burma 7, days, but now 37, 7, Burma 37, but now 37, 7, Burma 37, but now 37, 7, Burma 37. And 40. 40,000 Burma 4 days, but now 40 Burma 40, 40 Burma 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 40, asking 2. And 2 bid, asking 5. 40 Burma 30 Burma 40 Burma 30 Burma 40 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 40 Burma 30 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 30 Burma 42,000 but onthou, hy's 'n Faf seun. He's a son of Faf. 42, asking 45, 42 bid, 42 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 40 Burma 30 Burma 42,000 once, twice, all through, and done. Bye bye, dankie, thank you Ahmed, 5024. Oppas net, daar is nog 'n seun van Faf en kyk hoe lyk sy voet. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, lot 69, selling on behalf of Karsten Boerdery. This is the last of the rams for today. Lot 69. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 10,000, 10,000. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, thank you. 10,000, but now 10,000, but now 10,000, but now 10, but now 10, but now 10 bid. 10,000, but now 10,000, but now 10,000, but now 10, but now 10,000, but now 10, but now 10,000, but up 10,000, but now 10, but now 10,000, but now 10, but now 10,000, but 10,000, but now 10, but now 10, but now 10, but now 10,000, but now 10, but now 10, but now 10,000, but now 10, but now 10 bid. 10,000, but now 10,000, but now 10, but now 10,000 once. 12, 15, 15,000, but now 15, but now 50, 50, but now 50, 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 but now 15,000, but now 50, but now 50 bid. 15,000, but now 15, but now 50, 50, but now 15, but now asking 17. 15 bid, asking 17. Ek het 15 days er now 40 minimum 40 40 minimum 40 minimum 40 40 minimum 40 minimum 14,000 minimum 40 minimum 40 40 minimum 14,000 once and 15,000 twice and all through and done at 15 by number 127. Daar sê, dames en heren, baie dankie op al die ramme, gemiddeld van 27.810 rand. Baie geluk aan elke teler en baie voorspoed aan elke koper. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, daar is min goed, so mooi soos 'n boerbokkooi met 3 bokke. Ladies and gentlemen, she is lot number 70, sy is lot nummer 70, met 'n drieling, with a triplet. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 70, lot nummer 70, lot number 70, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê hulle, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 20,000 to start. 20,000, 20,000, donkey. But 20, 20, but about 200,000, but now 20, but about 20,000, but about 20, 20, but about 200,000, but now 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20,000, but now 20, 20, but about 20, 20, but about 2 bid. Okay, 25, but about 5, but about 25, but about 5, but about 25, but about 5, but about 25,000, but at 7, 200, but about 27, but now 27, 7, but about 27,000, but about 27, 7 bid. Okay, down but about 30,000, but about 30, but about 30, 30, but about 30, but about 32, but about 2, but about 32. Okay, 32. 37, 37, but 37, but now 37, 7, but about 37,000, but at 40, 40, but about 40, but about 40, 40, but about 40, 40, but about 40,000 bid. I get 4 days, but about 40, 40, but about 42, at 42, but about 80, but about 42, but about 80, but about 45, but about 5, but about 45, but about 45, 50. I get 50 days, but now 50, but about 40, 50, but about 40, but about 40,000, but now 40, but I get 55, but about 5, but about 55, but about 60, but about 70 days, but now 60,000 bid. I could say that I said about 70 days, but now 60, but about 60,000, but about 70 days, but about 60,000, but upside that I said about now 60, but about 70 days, but now 60, but about 70 days, but upside that I said about 60, but about 60, but about 70 days, about 60,000, asking 2 and 5 bid and 70. I could 7 days, but now 70, but about 77, but about 70,000, but about 70, but about 7 days, but now 70,000, but I could 7 days, but now 70, but about 77, but about 70,000, asking 2. 70,000, but about 7 days, but now 70, but about 77, but about 70,000 once and 70 twice. In meerkat is julle uit and all through. And thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisdom. Thank you very much. By number 120, koper maar 120. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 71, lot nummer 71. 'n pragtige ooi met 2 bokkies. Side, Karsten boerdery. Going back to Lucas Burger. Ladies and gentlemen, this is lot 71. Lot nummer 71, let's go. 20,000 to start. 200,000, 20,000, 20,000, 200,000 rand, donkey. Ek het 200,000, ek het 20, 20, but about 20,000, but about 200,000, but now 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20,000, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20,000, but ek het 200,000, ek het 20, 20, but about 20, but about 20, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but about 22 bid. But 25, but about 5, but about 25, but about 5, but about 25, but about 30, 30, but about 30,000, but up there, but about 30, but about 30, 30, but about 30, but about 30, 30, but about 30, 30, but about 30, 30, but about 32. Ek het 20, but about 35. 40. Ek het 4000 but now 40 but 40 40 but 40 but 40 40 but 40 but 40,000 but op 4000 but 40 but 40 but 45 but 45 50. Ek het 5000 but now 40 but 40 40 but 40 but 40,000 but op 40,000 but 40 but 40 40 but 40 but 40 40 but 40 but 40 40 but 40 bid op 50,000 but 40 but 40 40 but 40 but 40 40 but 40 but 45. Ek het 55 but 45 but 5 but 60 but 70,000 but ek het 60,000 but now 60 but 70,000 but now 60 but 70,000 but now 60 but 60,000 bid op 60,000 but now 60 but 70,000 but 70,000 but 60 but 70,000 but 60,000 once and 60,000 twice. All through, all done by a 5-0-1-7. 5-0-1-7. Ladies and gentlemen, she's lot number 73. Hierdie way het 'n paar minute terug 'n drieling gelam. 2 weilammers en 1 rambokkie. Sire side, Corrie Afenant. On the dam side, Freddie Stolper. Ladies and gentlemen, she's lot number 73. Ladies and gentlemen, there's you triplets. She had triplets a couple of minutes ago. 2 ewe lambs and 1 ram lamb. She had triplets a few minutes ago. 2 ewe lambs and 1 ram kid. She's lot 73, lot number 73. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 2020 but about 20,000 but now 2020 but about 20,000 but about 20 but about 2020 but about 20,000 but about 20,000 but now 20 but about 20. Thank you. Okay, 20,000 but about 20,000 but about 20,000 but now 20 but about 2020 but about 20,000 but about 20,000 but about 2020 but about 20,000 but about 20,000 but about 22. Okay, 25 but about 5 but about 25 but about 25 but about 20, 26. 26 number 27, 27 30, 30,000 but about 30,000 but now 30 but about 30, 30 but about 30,000 but about 30,000 but about 30, 30 but about 30 but about 30, 30 but about 30,000 about 30 is his bid on 30. Oh, 30,000 but about 30 but about 30, 30 but about 30 but about 30, 30 but about 30,000 but about 30,000 but about 30, 30 but about 30,000 but up 30, 30 but about 32 but about 2 but about 32 but about 2 but about 32 but about 32,000 about 35. Ek het 40,000 ek het 40,000 but about 40 but about 40 but about 40 bid. At 40 40 but about 40 but about 40 he's bid at 40. Ek het 40,000 but now 40 but about 40 40 but about 40 but about 40 40 but about 40,000 but about 40 but about 40 but up 45 but about 5 but about 45 but about 5 but about 45 but about 45. Ek het 47 but now 47 7 but about 47,000 but about 47 7 but about 47. At 47 7 but about 7 40,000 but now 47 7 but about 47,000 but up 7 4 but about 47,000 but about 47 7 but about 47 once. 50. 51, 51, minimum 1 minimum 1 minimum 1 minimum 41 minimum 1 minimum 41 minimum 41 bid up you fight up minimum 41 minimum 1 minimum 1 minimum 41 minimum 1 minimum 41 minimum 1 minimum 51 once, 51,000 twice, all through and all done. Thank you, Wisdom. By 131, 131, 131. Lot nummer 74, lot number 74, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 74, lot number 74. She is one of a twin. She is one of a twin. A young way wat se lewe nog voor lê. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 74. 20 to start again, 20,000. 20,000 Burma 20,000 but now 2020 Burma 2010. Ek 10 is reg Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 20 Burma 10 Burma 12,000 Burma 10 Burma 12,000 bid. Ek 15,000 Burma 15 Burma 2020 Burma 12,000 but now 20 Burma 20,000 but ek 20,000 Burma 2020 Burma 12,000 but now 20 Burma 2020 Burma 20,000 but now 20 Burma 20 bid. Ek 20,000 Burma 2020 Burma 20 Burma 20 Burma 20 Burma 22 Burma 20 25 Burma 25 Burma 25 Burma 5 Burma 25 Burma 5 Burma 25 Burma 27 but now 27,000 but ek 720 Burma 27 but now 27,700 Burma 27,000 Burma 27,700 bid at 720 Burma 27,700 Burma 720 but now 27,700 Burma 27,000 but up 720 Burma 30 Burma 30,000 Burma 30 but now 30 Burma 30,000 but up 30 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30,000 Burma 32 Burma 32 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 32 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 32 Burma 30 Burma 32,000 but 5 ek at 5 and Burma 35 Burma 5 Burma 35 Burma 5 Burma 35 Burma 5 Burma 35 up 5 and Burma 35 Burma 5 Burma 37,000 Burma 7 but 37,700 Burma 37 but now 37,700 Burma 7 there Burma 37 bid up 7 there Burma 37,700 Burma 37 40 ek at 4,000 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40,000 but up 4,000 Burma 40 42 Burma 2 Burma 42 Burma 2 Burma 42 ek at 4,000 Burma 42 Burma 2 Burma 42 Burma 2 Burma 42,000 but up 2 Burma 45 Burma 5 Burma 45 Burma 5 Burma 45 Burma 5 Burma 45 up 5 and fair Burma 45 Burma 5 Burma 45 Burma 5 Burma 45,000 but up 5 and fair Burma 45 Burma 5 Burma 45 Burma 5 Burma 45,000 once 45,000 twice and all through and done at 45 Baranki Oktober 5017 5017 Ladies and gentlemen, sy sê Eben dochter, sy is dragtig van Duster, selling on behalf of Lucas Burger. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot 75, sy is dragtig, sy is swaar dragtig. Kyk mooi na haar, sy is op die punt van lam. Lot 75. 20,000 to start. 10,000. 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 is Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 is Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 10 bid up 10 is Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 12,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 12 Burma 15 up 15 is Burma 15 Burma 15 40 Burma 15 Burma 15,000 Burma 15 Burma 15,000 bid ek 15 is Burma 15 Burma 15 40 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 40 Burma 15 Burma 15,000 Burma 15,000 but up 15 is Burma 15 Burma 15 40 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 40 Burma 15,000 Burma 15 bid up 15 is Burma 15 Burma 15 40 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 17 is Burma 70,000 but ek at 100 is Burma 20 20 Burma 20,000 Burma 200 is Burma 22 Burma 22 Burma 2 Burma 2 Burma 22 Burma 22 Burma 2 Burma 22,000 but up 20 Burma 22 Burma 2 Burma 2 Burma 22 Burma 2 Burma 22 up 20 Burma 22 Burma 2 Burma 22,000 once and 5 25 Burma 5 Burma 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 25 once 25,000 twice all through and all done. By number 127 Cooper number 107 127. Lot 77. There's a John Deere daughter. She's a John Deere daughter. Sy is dragtig van Wildman. Dragtig van Wildman. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 77, let's go. 10,000 to start, 10,000 rand. 10,000 10,000 10,000 10,000 10,000 10,000 20,000 22 at 25 25,000 but up 5 and 20 25 25,000 bed up 5 and 20 25 25 up 5 and 20 but now 25 asking 27 25 25,000 once and twice and all through. Ons wil waar is jou bootdruk? Jou boot? Ons hartsbegeerte op hierdie ooi is 50,000 rand. Kan ons probeer om hier rondom 40 uit te kom? Dan sal ek met hulle stoei om 10,000 rand af te gee en dan gaan jy 10 en 'n bietjie op. Ek kan 35 kry. 35. Baie dankie, sy's verkoop. Baie dankie. 35,000. Net gou daai nommer asseblief 177. Ladies and gentlemen, sy het 'n ramlam van Wildman. She's got a ram kid from Wildman. Sy's 'n Faf dogter. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 79. Let's go. Gripmax. Gripmax ramlam. Jammer, ek is by 79. Hierdie is lot 78. Lot nummer 78, sy het 'n ramlam van Gripmax en sy is 'n Formule 1 dogter. Lot 78, lot nummer 78, ramlam van Gripmax en sy is 'n Formule 1 dogter. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 78, let's go. 20,000, 20,000 to start, 10. 10,000 10,000 10,000 dankie. Ek 10,000 ek het 10,000 but ek het 12,000 12,000 bid up 12,000 12,000 but now 14,000 but up 14,000 but now 14,000 17,000 donkey. Ek het 17,000 but now 17,000 but 20,000 but 20,000 but now 20 but 20 bid. Ek het 20,000 but now 20 but 22 but 22 asking 25. Ek het 22 but 22 but 22,000 but up 22 but 22 but 25. But 25,000 online. 30,000 but 30,000 asking to. Ek 30,000 but 30,000 bid. Up 30,000 but 30,000 but now 30,000 once. 32. Asking 35. 35 bid. 37 asking. 35 bid. 35 once. And 35 twice. And 37. Asking 40. 37 bid. 37 going once and twice and all through. And 37, thank you. Thank you very much, Ahmed, buyer number 5024. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 79. Hier is die vafdochter en die ramlam van Wildman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a faf daughter with a ram kid from Wildman. She's lot number 79. She's lot number 97. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 20 again. 10. 10,000 10,000 up 70 days, 70,000 bid. Eck at 70 days, 70,000 asking 20. Eck at 17 days, 70,000 up 70 days, 70,000 once and 17 twice and 20. 20 days, 20, 20, 20,000, 20,000, 20, 20, 20, 20,000, 20, up 20 days, 20, 20, 20,000, 20, 20, 20,000 once and 20 twice and 2 and asking 5 and 25 bid and 7 and 30. 30,000 Burma days 30, 30, 30,000 Burma days 30, 32. Eket 20 Burma 32, 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 Burma 32,000 bid. Up 20 Burma 32, Burma 32, Burma 32, Burma 32,000 once and 5. I get 500 Burma 35, Burma 5, Burma 35, Burma 5, Burma 35, Burma 5, Burma 35, Burma 5, Burma 35,000 once. 35 twice, all through, and done at 35. Thank you, Buram. Koper Marian 23123. Lot number 80. Lot number 80, ladies and gentlemen, sitting on behalf of Ms. Diane Boysen. Sy's dragtig. She is pregnant, ladies and gentlemen, LMI 109, groei 117. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 80, lot nummer 80. Sy is een van 'n drieling. She is one of a triplet. Let's go. 10,000 rand begin my. 10. 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 but now 10 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10. Thank you. Ek 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 but now 10 Burma 10,000 bid. Up 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 12 Burma 12,000 but now 12,000 but 112,000 Burma 12,000 but now 10 Burma 15. Ek 15,000 but now 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 bid. Up 15,000 but now 15 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 15,000 Burma 15 Burma 15,000 once and 15,000 twice and all through and then at 15. Jobert sir, buyer number 182. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ongetwijfeld in my opinie, die beste dier op hierdie 2024 nasionale veiling. Hierdie is een van Hein se beste skou as ook teelweë. uit die moederkant kom sy uit Stefaans Malan uit. Sy self een van 'n tweeling, one of a twin. Logix Merite Index van 108, groei 106, reproduksie index van 115. Ladies and gentlemen, this is genetics that often goes on a sale. Hierdie genetika is nie elke dag beskikbaar nie. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 50,000 to start. 50,000 rand om te begin. 50,000. 20,000. 20,000. Okay, 20,000, I got 20,000, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20,000, but about 5, but about 25, but about 30,000, but about 35, but about 5, but about 40, 40, but about 44, 40,000 bid. Okay, 4,000, but about 45, but about 50, but about 55, but about 55, but about 55, but about 55. There we go. Okay, 55, but about 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 45,000, 60. Okay, says that I said about now 60, but about 60,000 bid. Okay, says that I but about 60, but about 77, but about 7, but about 80,000, but now 80, but about 80,000, but up to 80,000, but about 80, but about 80, but about 80, but about 80,000, but about 80, but about 80,000, but now 80, but about 80, but about 80, but about 90. Heck, it only is around 1,000, but I got 110, 110, but I got 110, but about 120, 20, but I got 120, but I got 130, but I got 130, but I got 130, but 130, 30, but I got 130, but I got 130, but I got 130, but I got 130, 30, but I got 130, but I got 130, bid. Up to 110, but I got 130, 30, but I got 130, but I got 130, but I got 130, but I got 130, but 110 days America 130 America 130 America 140 40 America 150 105 days America 150 America 105 days America 140 but 105 days America 140 America 140 America 105 days America 150 105 days America 140 America 140 America 140 America 150 up 105 days America 140 the 105 days America 140 America 150. Sy is 'n top skou en teelway. 150 bid, asking 160. 150 bid, asking 160. 105,000 America 140 America 105,000 America 140 America 140 America 140 America 105,000 America 140 America 140 America 150. 150 once. 150 twice. Are you all out? Kom Rupert, die bot is heel bo. Are you all through? And all done. Ons reserveprys op hierdie ooi vir vandag is 250,000 rand. Kan ons probeer vir 200? Dan sal ek mooi praat. Kom ons praat sommer nou klaar, eenmal, asseblief. Het jy gedink hoe mooi gaan ek en jy en Hein in die tydskrifte lyk? Daai 3 gaan 'n wennerkombinasie wees. 200,000. 180. Hein kan 180 kry. Hy sê jy moet net onthou, dis plus wet. Baie dankie, gele groot aan, baie dankie. Koop maar 192, 192. Baie dankie Andrew. Baie dankie Andrew. Sy gaan Hoopstad toe. Andrew Roberts, baie dankie. Oom Johan. Hier is oom Johan. Oom sal net 'n mooi foto van ons net neem, nee. Baie dankie. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, ons is by lot nummer 83, lot nummer 83, ladies and gentlemen, dames en here. Hierdie ooi is 'n fafdogter en sy is dragtig van Panther. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 83. LMI 101. Reproduksie-indeks van 116, sy is een van 'n tweeling, sy is dragtig van panter, sy is 'n vafdogter, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Up 20,000, Burma 2020, Burma 20,000, Burma 2020, Burma 20,000, Burma 20, Burma 2020, Burma 20,000, 10. 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 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 10, bid. Ek 12,000, Burma 10, Burma 15, Burma 15,000, Burma 15, Burma 15, 15, Burma 15, Burma 15,000, but up 15, Burma 7, Burma 18,000, Burma 18, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20,000, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20, bid. Ek 12,000, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20,000, Burma 20,000, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20,000, but up 12,000, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20,000, Burma 20,000, Burma 20, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20, but up 12,000, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20,000, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20, 20, ek 20, Burma 25, Burma 5, Burma 25, Burma 5, Burma 25, Burma 25, ek 25, Burma 25, Burma 5, Burma 25, Burma 5, Burma 25, Burma 25, ek 25, Burma 25, Burma 25, asking 27, 25, Burma 5, Burma 25, Burma 5, Burma 27, Burma 27, 7, Burma 27, 7, Burma 27, 30, ek 30,000, Burma 30,000, Burma 30,000, Burma 30, 30, Burma 32, ek 32, Burma 30, Burma 30, Burma 30, Burma 30, Burma 35, 35, Burma 5, Burma 35, Burma 5, Burma 35, Burma 35, asking 37, 35 bid, asking 37. 35. Ek het 35,000 Burma 35, Burma 5, Burma 35, Burma 5, Burma 35, Burma 5, Burma 35, Burma 5, Burma 35 once. And 37. And 40. Asking 2. 40,000 Burma 40,000 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40,000 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40,000 Burma 40 Burma 40,000 once. 40,000 twice. All through. And all. Ons wil graag 60 vir haar hê. Kan ons probeer vir 50? Ja, maar dan sak ons 15 en jy gaan net 5 op. Ek kan 45 kry. Dis 100% reg so. Baie dankie, sy's verkoop. Dankie Rikkie. 176. En baie dankie Henny. Ladies and gentlemen, she's lot number 84, lot nummer 84. John Deere dochter dragtig van Loknat. Dragtig van Loknat, lot 84. Let's go. 10,000 Burma 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 10,000 dankie. Ek 10,000 ek 10,000 Burma 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 10 bid. 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 hier laat julle nou 'n goeie ooi verbygaan vir min geld. 10,000 Burma 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 10 bid. Ek 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 once. And 12. 12,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 12,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 12,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 12,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 12,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 12,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 12,000 Burma 14 Burma 14,000 but up 15,000 Burma 14 Burma 14 40 Burma 14 Burma 14 40 Burma 14 bid. Ek het 15,000 Burma 15 Rupert. Rupert, kyk net dis aanlyn. 15 online. 15 online. Asking 17. 17, thank you. 17,000, I'm at 17,000, but now 70,000, but I get 77, but I get 70, but I'm 70,000, but now 70, but I'm 77, but I get 70, but I'm 70,000, but up 70,000, but now 70, but I'm 77, but I'm 70, but I'm 77, but I'm 20, 20, but I'm 20, but I'm 20, but I get 20,000, but now 20,000, about 20, but I'm asking 2. You're going to miss a very special you. 20 is the bid online, Asking 2. Get 100,000, but 20, 20, but 20,000, but 200,000, but now 20, but 20, 20, but 20,000, but now 20, but 20, 20, but 20,000 once. 20,000 twice. All through. And then I can get 20,000. Ons wil graag 25 vir hê. Oor net daar, by number 5013. The reserve price for this ewe is 25,000. If you want it for 25,000, you can just bid online. You can just place a bid, and thank you and very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Buy number 5013, she's away for 25,000. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 86, lot number 86. Sy is 'n Raptor dogter, dragtig van Wild Track. Sy is 'n Raptor dogter, dragtig van Wild Track. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 10,000 per. Is dit nie so nie? Ag, jammer. 85. Sy is 'n Komatsu dogter. Ek is so een voor. 85, lot nummer 85. Sy is 'n Komatsu dogter. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê hulle vir die Komatsu dogter? Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, sy self een van 'n tweeling. Let's go. 10,000 per 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 10,000 bid. Ek het 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 but op 10,000 per 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 10,000 but op 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 12,000 per 10,000 per 12 bid. Ek het 12,000 ek het 12,000 per 12,000 per 12,000 per 10,000 per 12,000 per 12,000 per 12,000 per that's up 12,000 per 12,000 per 12,000 per 12,000 per 12,000 per 12,000 but up 12,000 per 12,000 per 12,000 once, twice, all through. And 25 price, 25,000 is a reserve price. Again, if you want, just make the bid to 25. Buyer number 5013, 25,000 is a reserve price. Laat sy net uitgaan asseblief, sy is nie verkoop nie. Right, lot nummer 86, lot nummer 86, ladies and gentlemen, hier is die Raptor dogter, dragtig van Wild Track. Ladies and gentlemen, ooi met uitstekende syfers, LMI 121, groei 119, reproduksie 119. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 86, let's go. 10,000 per 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 10,000. 10 per 10,000 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 bid. Ek het 10,000 per 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 10,000 but op 10,000 per 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 10,000 but now 12. Ek het 12,000 per 10,000 per 12,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 12,000 per 12,000 but op 12,000 per 10,000 per 12,000 per 12,000 once. And 15,000 per 15,000 but now 15 per 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 15,000 but now 15 bid. Ek het 15,000 but now 15 per 15 per 15 per asking 17 and 17 but now 20 per 17,000 but now 70,000 per 70,000 but now asking 20 17,000 per 7 per 77 per 7 per 77 per 7 per 77 per 70,000 once and 17 twice. And all through, and done, and 30. 30 is the reserve. 30,000 sal afvat, 30,000. You can just bid online, like before, if you want. For 30,000, that's it. Buyer number 5013, if you want that previous lot, you can just bid online. Reserve price is 30,000. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, weer het lot nummer 87, lot nummer 87. Dis 'n Komatsu dogter. Sy het 'n rambokkie van Landini. Rambokkie van Landini, Komatsu dogter. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 10,000 bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10 is bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 bermatere bid 10 is bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 but 10 is bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 but 10 is bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 12 ek het 12 days bermatere 12 days but not 12,000 but not 12,000 but not 12,000 but 12 days but not 12,000 but not 12,000 15 up 15 days but now 15 but 50 50 but 50 but 50 but 50 50 but 50 but 50,000 once 15 twice and all through and 30 is the reserve 30,000 is our reserve price. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 88, lot number 88 in the ring, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 88, selling on behalf of Mr. Leonard Diran. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, on the side, going back to Karsten Boerdery, ladies and gentlemen, and on the dam side to Lucas Burger, lot 88, lot nummer 88 in the ring, ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful you, let's go. 10,000 bermatere 10,000 10,000 bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 thank you hekatin is an agaratere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 bermatere bid up 10 is bermatere 10,000 bermatere 12,000 bermatere 12,000 bermatere 15 on but 15 berma 15 is berma 15 berma 15 berma 15 berma 15,000 berma 15 but of 15 is berma 15 berma 15 berma 70,000 now 7 in bid. At 70 days, now 70,000, 70,000 once, and 17 twice, and all through, and done at 17. Badanki UAE Bogat start 5013. Ladies and gentlemen, she's not number 89, lot number 89. Again on behalf of Mr. Leonard Diran. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, side going back to Karsten Boerdery, lot 89, let's go. 10,000 bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 bid hekatin is bermatere 10,000 bermatere 10,000 you're missing out 10,000 bermatere 10 days bermatere 12 days bermatere 12,000 but 12,000 bermatere 12 days bermatere 12,000 bermatere 15 hekat 15 days bermatere 40,000 15 but of 15 days minimum 15 minimum 15 15,000 minimum 15,000 17 at 17 days but now 7 70,000 but of 17 days but now 70,000 minimum 17 days but now 17,000 once and 17 and all through and your bid man. Thank you very much. Buyer number 184. Thank you, Ntabi Singh. Baie welkom, meneer Marx. Baie welkom, meneer Marx. Lot nummer 91, lot number 91, she's certified in lamb. Sy is dragtig. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, lot number 91, a ewe with excellent figures. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, let's get up there. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 91 in the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 days in the round, begin by 10,000, but let's go. 10,000, but 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 up 10 days, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000. Donkey. Ek het 10 days en ek het er 10,000, but 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 10,000, up 10 days, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000 once, twice, all through. And then at 10, 5013. Lot number 92, here she comes, ladies and gentlemen, she's one of the better ones around, she's pregnant, een van 'n tweeling, she's one of a twin, good figures, lot 92, let's go. 10,000, but 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 10,000, ek het 12 days, but 10,000, but 12,000, but 10,000, but 12,000, but 10,000, but 12 days, but 10,000, but 15, at 15,000, but 15 days, but now 15, but 15, but 15, 15, but 15, but 15,000, but up 15 days, but 15, but 15, but 15, 15, but 15, but 15,000, but 15, but 15, but up 15 days, but 15, but 15, 15,000, 15,000 once and twice and all through. And then at 15, 5013. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 93, lot nummer 93, ladies and gentlemen, selling me off, Mr. Andries Volgraaf. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, sire side, Heinboysen. On the dam side, Lucas Berger. Combining superior genetics. Ladies and gentlemen, this is lot number 93. She's certified in lamb. Let's go. 10,000, but 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 up 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000. Thank you. Okay, 10,000, I get 10,000, but 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 okay, 12 days, but 10,000, but 12,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 12,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 12, but up 12 days, but 10,000, but 12,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 12,000, but 12,000 once, and 12 twice, and 15, and 17 if I may. 15 bid. 15,000, but 15, but 15, but now 15, but 15, but 15, but 15, but 15, but 15,000, but 15, but 15, but 15,000 once, and 15 twice, and all through, and done. Kan ek kry? Correct, Governor 129, 129 buys. Pakkie Rotsveld, Boerdery Elk. Dames en heren, ons is by lot nummer 94, lot nummer 94. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, sire side, Lucas Berger. Ladies and gentlemen, sy is dragtig van impressive. She's in lamb from a ram called Impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 94, look at her. This is a beautiful, beautiful ewe. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 10,000, Burma 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 10, bid. Ek 10 is an agad 10, Burma 12, Burma 10, Burma 12,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 12,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 12, bid. Ek 12 days, Burma 10, Burma 12,000, Burma 15, Burma 15 days, Burma 15, Burma 15, Burma 15,000, but 15 days, Burma 15, Burma 15, Burma 15, Burma 15, Burma 15, Burma 15, Burma 15,000 once. And 17 and 20. 20 days, Burma 20,000, Burma 20 days, Burma 20, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20,000, Burma 20 days, Burma 20, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20,000. 2. Ek 20, Burma 20, 20, Burma 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 20, 20, Burma 20, but at 25, Burma 25. 22, 25. Ek het 25, Burma 25, Burma 5, Burma 25, Burma 5, Burma 25, Burma 5, Burma 25, Burma 5, Burma 25, Burma 25,000 once. And 7. I'll take 28 if you want to. 27's the bid. Asking 28. At 7, 20, Burma 27,000, Burma 27, 7, Burma 7, 200 days, Burma 27, 7, Burma 27,000 once. And 27,000 twice. And all through. And done. Thank you, Ahmed, by number 5024, by geluk, Andries. Lot number 96, side, Lucas Berger. Ladies and gentlemen, she was one of the twins, as een van de tweeling. Lot number 96, let's go. 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, 12. Now 10 by my, 10 is klaar. 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10 is Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, 12. Number 12,000, Burma 12 is Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 12,000, Burma 10, Burma 12,000, Burma 10, Burma 12,000, Burma 10, Burma 12,000 once. And 12 twice, no through, and done at 12, 5013. Dames and heren, ladies and gentlemen, selling a prolific ewe. Lot number 98, ladies and gentlemen. Sy is dragtig van breekhoring. Sy is dragtig van breekhoring. Breekhoring is 'n appelseun. Ek gaan dit nie in Engels sê nie. Ladies and gentlemen, she is pregnant from an apple son. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 98. Lot nummer 98 in hering. What do you say? Let's go. 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000. This is one of the better ewes on sale today. Sy's dragtig van 'n appelseun genaamd breekhoring. 10 to start. 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000. Thank you. Okay, 10 is an agad Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, 12. Okay, 12 days, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 12,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 12,000. Yo boy. Okay, 12 days, Burma 10, Burma 12,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 12,000, Burma 10, Burma 12,000, Burma 10, Burma 12,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 12,000. Bid. Okay, 12 days, Burma 10, Burma 12,000, Burma 10, Burma 12,000. Asking 15 and 15 bid. 15 days, Burma 30, Burma 30, 40, Burma 30, Burma 30, Burma 30,000, Burma 30, Burma 30, 40, Burma 30, Burma 30,000, Burma 30, Burma 30 days, Burma 30, Burma 30,000 once. And 17 asking 20. Ek het 17 days Burma now 70,000, Burma 17 days Burma 70,000, Burma 7, Burma 77, Burma 70,000, Burma 17 days Burma 70,000, Burma 70,000 once. And 17 twice. And all through. And done. Buy number 127, thank you. Number 100. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 100, lot number 100, lot number 100, sire side. Heinboysen. Ladies and gentlemen, sy's dragtig. She's one of a twin. Julle kan sien, sy het 2 keer gelam, reeds 4 lammers gehad. Uitstekende indeks op haar, sy's lot 100, lat 100, let's go. 10,000 10,000 heel voor. Ek het 10 is en ek het 10,000 once, 12 twice, all through, and done. 5013. We're at lot number 101, 101, still selling on behalf of CNC Boerbokveiling, Connie Kutsie. Ladies and gentlemen, sy's dragtig, she's certified in lamb, lot 101, let's go. 10,000 10,000 once, 12 bid, 12 bid, 15. 13. Ek het 13,000 Burma 13,000 Burma 13 Burma 13 13 Burma 13,000 Burma 13 Burma 13,000 Burma 13,000 Burma 13 Burma 13 30 Burma 13,000 once 15. 15,000 Burma 15 Burma 15 Burma 40 40 Burma 15 Burma 14,000 but up 14,000 but now 14 Burma 14 Burma 14 40 Burma 14,000 once, twice, all through, and done. 184, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you, Tabi Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 102, 102. Sy's dragtig, she's certified in lamb. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, nice young looking you in the ring, let's go. 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 but now 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 bid up 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 but now 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 but up 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 but now 10 Burma 10,000 but now 10 Burma 10,000 is helemaal klaar. Ek 10,000 ek het 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10 bid up 10,000 Burma 10 Burma 10,000 once, twice, all through, and 12, and 13 I'll take, 13 bid, 13,000 Burma 13 Burma 13 30 Burma 13 Burma 13 30 Burma 13 Burma 13 30 Burma 13 Burma 13,000 Burma 13,000 Burma 13 Burma 13,000 once, and 13 twice, and all through, and done at 13. Buyer number 187. Lot number 104. 104, ladies and gentlemen, selling on behalf of Karsten Boerdery. How do you? Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Narvatsela, ladies and gentlemen, side, Heinboysen, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, hierdie oor self, een van die tweeling, met uitstekende syfer, sy is 104, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go! 10,000 Burma 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 10,000 but up 10,000 Burma 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 10 bid up 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 but now 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 donkey ek 10,000 but now 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 but now 10 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 once, 10,000 twice, all through, Geraldo, ek kan 10 kry. Moet ons 12 of 15, is ons vast op 15? 15,000? 15,000 will take a... Laat sy gaan vir die volgende. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 105, 105. 105, 105. Yeah. Lot number 104. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 105. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Side, handboysen uit die Pablo lijn uit. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, maar wat sê ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 10,000 rand begin my 10,000, but let's go. Up, 10,000 per 10,000, 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 bid. Up, 10,000 per 10,000, per 10,000, per 10,000, per 10, 12. Per 12,000, per 12,000, per 12,000, per 12,000, per 12,000, but up 12,000, per 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 12,000 once, 12 twice, all through, and done. 15,000 will take a 15,000. That's the reserve price. Are you happy with it? Then we can book it. Not happy. We just leave it for the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 106. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Ramen away Bokkie. Ladies and gentlemen, side insider van Eindboysen. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 106. Let's go. 10,000 per 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 10,000 dankie. Am 10,000 per 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 10, 12. Ek het 12,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 12,000 per 10,000 per 12,000 online. 12,000 per 10,000 per 12,000 per 10,000 per 12,000 per 12 per 14 per 15,000 per 15 per 40 per 14 bid. Ek het 15,000 per 14 per 14 per 14 per 14 per 14. 15,000 per 15,000 but up 15,000 but now 15 per 15 per 15 per 15 per 15,000 but now 15 per 15 per 15 once and twice and all through and done. 127. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, een van die mooiste stringoeie hierdie jaar kom van die Nico Botha Boerbokstoet. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 107, lot nummer 107. Ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful, beautiful ewe with a kid. With a ewe kid. Dames en heren, sy is lot nummer 107, she's lot 107, let's go. She herself, one of a quadruplet with excellent figures. 20,000 to start. 20,000 rand om te begin, meneer, wat sê wat 20,000, maar 20, 20, maar 20, 20, maar 20, maar 10. 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per 10,000 per dankie. Ek het 20,000 per 20,000 per 20 per 20 per 25. I'm 25 per 5 per 5 and 20,000 per 25 per 5 per 30,000 per 30,000 per 30,000 per 30,000 per 30,000 per 30 per 30 per 30 per 30 per 30,000 per 30,000 per 30,000 per 30,000 per 30. I'll take 2 as well. 30 bid asking 32. 40,000 Burma 30,000 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 asking to 30,000 Burma 30,000 Burma 32 Burma 2 Burma 32 Burma 2 Burma 32 Burma 2 Burma 32 Burma 2 Burma 32,000 bid ek het 20 Burma 32 Burma 2 Burma 35 Burma 35 37, 37,000 Burma 7,000 Burma 37,7 Burma 37 but now 37,7 Burma 40 ek het 40,000 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40,000 but ek 40,000 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 Burma 40,000 Burma 42 but 42 Burma 2 Burma 42 Burma 2 Burma 42 Burma 2 Burma 42,000 but ek 42 Burma 42 Burma 2 Burma 42 Burma 2 Burma 42 Burma 2 Burma 42 bid ek het 42 Burma 42 Burma 2 Burma 42 Burma 2 Burma 42,000 once, 42,000 twice, all through, and then at 42. Baie dankie, kop uitstekende away met 'n bokkie, 142 buys. Baie dankie, thank you William. Hulle word net mooier en beter. Lot number 108, 108. Ladies and gentlemen, 'n ooi met uitstekende syfers. Sy het 'n rambokkie en 'n ooibokkie. Ladies and gentlemen, look it up. 20 to start again. 20,000 rand, kan ons begin? 20,000. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê vir die weide, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 20,000 rand te begin, 20,000 to start. Up 20,000 Burma 20 Burma 20,000 Burma 20,000 Burma 20 Burma 20,000 but now 20 Burma 20 Burma 20,000 but now 20 Burma 20,000 but ek het 20,000 Burma 20 Burma 20,000 Burma 20 Burma 20 Burma 20 Burma 20 bid ek het 20,000 but now 20 Burma 20 Burma 20 Burma 20 Burma 20,000 but now 5 ek het 25 Burma 25 Burma 5 Burma 25 Burma 5 Burma 25 Burma 5 Burma 25 ek het 20 Burma 5 Burma 25 Burma 5 Burma 25 30 ek het 30,000 Burma 30,000 Burma 30,000 but now 30 Burma 30,000 but op 30,000 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30 Burma 30,000 but now 30 Burma 30 Burma 30 bid op 30,000 Burma 30 35 ek het 35 Burma 5 Burma 35 Burma 35 Burma 35 Burma 5 Burma 35 40 at 40,000 Burma 40,000 but now 40 Burma 40 Burma 40,000 45, ek het 45 Burma 45 Burma 45,000 but now 45,000 but op 45 Burma 45 Burma 40 Burma 55 Burma 50,000 but now 40 Burma 40,000 but op 50,000 Burma 40 Burma 40 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 40 Burma 40 Burma 40,000 asking to 50 bid 50,000 Burma 50,000 40 Burma 40 40 Burma 40 Burma 40 40 Burma 40 Burma 40,000 once and 50 twice and all through and that. Ons wil graag vir 80 hê. Kan ons mekaar net so kan ek op 60 hoor? 65. 65? Is jy reg met 65? 65. Baie dankie, 65. 148 die nommer, nee, 142, dankie, dankie William. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of Nico Botha Boergoudstad's top show use. Hierdie is 'n skouway. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 109, lot nummer 109, met 'n beautiful, beautiful rambokkie. Let's go. 20. 20,000 Burma 20,000 Burma 20,000 but now 20 Burma 20 20 Burma 20 20 Burma 20 Burma 20 20 Burma 20,000 but now 20 Burma 20 20 Burma 20,000 Burma 20,000 Burma 20 20 Burma 20,000. Let's go. Up 20,000 Burma 20 20 Burma 20,000 Burma 20,000 Burma 20 20 Burma 20,000 but up 20,000 Burma 20 20 Burma 20,000. Dis hier motor. Up 20,000 Burma 20,000 but now 20 Burma 20 20 Burma 20,000 but now 20 Burma 20. Dankie. Ek het 22 Burma 20 Burma 22 Burma 2 Burma 25 Burma 25 30,000, Burma 30,000 bid. Ek het 35, Burma 35, Burma 35, 40. Ek het 4,000 bid now 40, Burma 40, Burma 40, Burma 45. Ek 45, Burma 45, Burma 45, Burma 45, Burma 45, Burma 45,000 bid. Ek 45,000 bid now 45, Burma 5, Burma 45. Burma 45 at 45 Burma 5 Burma 45 Burma 5 Burma 45,000 bid up 45 Burma 45 Burma 5 Burma 45 Burma 5 Burma 45 once 50,000 Burma 50,000 but now 30 Burma 50,000 but now 30 Burma 50 Burma 50 Burma 50 Burma 50,000 but now 30 Burma 50 bid I can 50,000 but now 30 Burma 50 Burma 50,000 Burma 50 Burma 50,000 but now 30 Burma 50,000 once and 50,000 twice and all through en presies dieselfde storie as die vorige way. Kom ek hoor? Casper 65. 65 is reg. Baie dankie. Baie number 142. Dames en heren, lot nummer 110, lot nummer 110, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, hierdie is 'n oop skouway, let's go. To start. 10,000 Burma 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 10 bid. Ek 10,000 I Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 12,000 Burma 12,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 12,000 but 12,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 12,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 12,000 Burma 10,000 Burma 12 bid. Ek 15,000 Burma now 15 Burma 15 Burma 50 50 Burma 50 Burma 50 50 Burma 50 bid. 15,000 Burma now 15 Burma 15 Burma 50 50 Burma 50 Burma 50 50,000 but 15,000 Burma 50 Burma 50 50 Burma 50 Burma 50 50 Burma 50,000 once 17 asking 20,000 bid now 2 ek 20,000 I got 20,000 about 22 Burma 20 Burma 22 Burma 20 Burma 22 Burma 20 Burma 22,000 but up 22 Burma 22 Burma 20 Burma 22 Burma 20 Burma 22,000 once and 5. Ek 27 but now 27,7 Burma 7 200,000 but now 27,7 Burma 27,000 Burma 27 but ek 720 Burma 27,000 and 30. Ek 30,000 Burma 30 30 Burma 30 asking 2 30 bid asking 2 30 bid 30,000 Burma 30,000 but now 30 Burma 30 30 Burma 30,000 Burma 30,000 but now 30 Burma 30 30 Burma 30,000 once and twice and all through and done. Thank you, Wisdom. Buyer number 175. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at lot number 111, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 111, lot number 111, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê very good boy, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go! 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, bid, ek 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, is er maar klaar, ek 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, but ek 12,000, Burma 12, Burma 12, Burma 15, Burma 15,000, but now 15, Burma 15, bid, op 15,000, Burma 15,000, Burma 15, Burma 15, Burma 15, Burma 15, Burma 15, Burma 15,000, but op 15,000, but now 15, Burma 15, Burma 15 once and 15 twice and all through. En dankie Boeram. En ek net geweer daai nommer 125 123, jammer. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, in Ringdal, ladies and gentlemen. Is dit 112? Lot number 112. Lot number 112, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Selling on behalf of Rietkel Boerbokveiling. On the side, Lucas Burger. Dames en heren, hierdie ooi met uitstekende cijfers. Ook self een van de tweeling. What of a twin, ladies and gentlemen. Lot 112. Let's go. En sy het 'n rambokkie by haar. What do you say? 10,000 number 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 10 bid. Ek 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 12 15 15,000 number 15 number 15 number 15 number 15 15 number 15 number 15 number 15,000 number 15,000 number now 15 number 15 but up 15,000 number 15 number 15 15 number 15 number 15,000 once twice all through. And done. 123 boys. Dank u Boeram. Lot nummer 114, 114, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Sy is dragtig. She is certified in lamb, ladies and gentlemen, selling on behalf of Mr. Donnie Strauss. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 114, lot nummer 114, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go! Up 10,000 number 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 10,000 but now 10 number 10 number 10 bid. Up 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 but now 10 number 10 number 10,000 but now 10 number 10,000 but up 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10,000 but now 10 number 10,000 but up 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 but now 10 number 10 number 10,000 8 8,000 number 10 number 8,000 number 1,000 number 1,000 8,000 8,000 rand 8,000 Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, she's lot number 117, lot number 117, lot 117, side, Pipney vote. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, sy is dragtig, she's certified in lamb, lot 117, let's go. 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10 is number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 bid. Ek 10 is number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 is helemaal klaar. Ek 10 is number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10 number 10,000 but up 10 is number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10,000 once. In twice and all through and up 127. Thank you ma'am. Buyer number 127, go number 107 127. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 118, lot number 118, lot 118, same story, side, Pipney vote. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, is het Boerbokkie. Rambokkie. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, wat is er aan? Wat maak is er? Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go. 10,000 number 10 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 but now 10 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 but now 10 number 10 number 10,000. Dankie. Ek 10 is number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 but up 10 is number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10 bid. Up 10 is number 10 number 10,000 number 10 number 10 number 10 number 10,000 once twice all through and all done. 5012. Ladies and gentlemen, selling lot 121, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, on behalf of Mr. Tommy van Kerken, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, side, Lucas Burger, ladies and gentlemen, lot 121, lot 121, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, sy is dragtig, she is certified in lamb, let's go. 10,000, but 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 10,000, bid. Up 10,000, but 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 up 10,000, but 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 10,000. Donkey. Is an agate potato, but 10,000 once. And 10 twice. And all through. And all done. By a 5-0-1-3. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, selling on behalf of Annemie, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 124, lot nummer 124 in hering, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ander wat sê hulle vra, met haar twee rambokkies, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, what do you say, let's go. Side side, Albert van Sail, going back, Andries Volgraaf, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 10,000, but 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 10,000 is an agate, but 10,000, 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 but 10,000 is an agate, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000 once, 10 twice, all through, and done. I can get. Annemie. Neem aan is reg. 5013. Lot nummer 125, 125, ladies and gentlemen. Side, Albert van Sail, going back to Andries Volgraaf. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 125, lot nummer 125, lot 125, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ander wat sê uit 'n vrugbare wet, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 10,000, but 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 now once, 10 twice, all through, and done. Baie dankie. Baie dankie. Uitstekende pakkie weetjies vir ons gebring. Dames en here, die meeste van hulle is dragtig. Die meeste kom uit die appellyn uit. Ladies and gentlemen, hulle is beautiful. Baie dankie Henny. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, 127, lot nummer 127, lot nummer 127, ladies and gentlemen, dames en here. In hierdie bloedlyn, Connie Coetzee, Karsten, Kompian. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 127, let's go. Hop, 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, sy's dragtig, sy's jonk, sy's 13 maande oud, haar lewe lê nog voor haar. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get on the Vatsela. Ladies and gentlemen, donkey 10,000, but 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 10,000, I got a 10,000, but 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 10,000, I got a 10, 12. I got 12 days, and I got a 12,000, but 12,000, but 12,000, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 12 days, but 10,000, but 10,000, but 12,000, but 10,000, but 15, but 13, but 15 days, but now 15, but 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 up 15 days, America 15, America 15, 15, America 15, America 15, America 15, America 15 days, but now 15, but others, but up 15 days, but now 15, America 15, 15, but 15 days, but now 15, but 15,000 once, and 15 twice, and all through, and done. Thank you, 175. Thank you, Wisdom. Lot number 128, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Saia, Connie Koetsie, Appel Lane, drachtig, let's go. 10,000 per maand, 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 12,000 per maand, 12,000 per maand, 12 bid. Lekker 12,000 regen per 12,000 per maand, 12,000 per maand, 12,000 per maand, 10 per maand, 10 per maand, 12,000 bid op 12,000 per maand, 20 per maand, 12,000 maar 15. Lekker 15,000 per maand, 15 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 bid. Op 15,000 per maand, 15 per maand, 15 per maand, 15,000 per maand, 15 per maand, 15 per maand, 15,000 once, twice. 17. 20, 20,000 number 200,000 but not 20 but 20, 20 but 20,000 number 200,000 but 20 but 20, 20 but 20 but 20,000 asking 2, 20 bid once, and 2 bid, 22, once, twice, all through, and done at 22. 127, if I'm not mistaken, 127, thank you ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at lot number 129, lot number 129. Sy is dragtig, selfe story. Saia, uit Connie Koetsie, uit Appel. Seker een van die mooiste weetjies uit hierdie kudde. 10 bid. Ek het 10,000 ek het 10 per 12 per 12,000 per 10 per 12,000 per 12 per 12,000 onder Dirk 12 onder 15 bo 15 bid op 15,000 per 15 per 17,000 per 17,000 per 7 per 77 per 7 per 77 per 70,000 per 70,000 per 77 per 17 onder 17,000 per 70,000 per 7 per 77 per 7 per 77 per 7 per 70,000 per 77 bid ek het 20,000 per 20 per 20 20 per 22 per 2 per 22 per 2 per 22,000 op 20,000 per 20 per 22 per 2 per 22 per 2 per 22 per 22,000 once, 22 twice, and 5. 25. 25 Alberma 5 Alberma 25 Alberma 5 Alberma 25 Alberma 5 Alberma 5 Alberma 25 Alberma 5 Alberma 5 Alberma 25 once, twice, all through, and done. By you. 145 gaan sit weer daar asseblief. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, she is lot number 130. Hier is 'n jong oop hoetjie. Ladies and gentlemen, selfe story. Saia, Connie Koetsie, Appellyn. Let's go. 10,000 per maand, per maand, per maand, 10,000 per maand, per maand, 10,000 per maand, per maand, 10,000 per maand, per maand, per maand, 10,000 per maand, per maand, per maand, 10 bid. Ek het 10,000 per maand, per maand, 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 10,000 bid op 10,000 per maand, per maand, per maand, per maand, 12 bo 12,000 per maand, per maand, 15 per maand, 15,000 per maand, 15 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 per maand, 15,000 once. And 15 twice, and all through, and 17, 17,000 per month, 7 per month, 77 per month, 7 per month, 7 per month, 77 per month, 70,000 per month, 7 per month, 77 per month, 70,000, once, twice, all through, and done. 175, dankie Gerry. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 131. Saia, Connie Koetsie, Appel. Let's go. 10. Hop, Martin is Martin 10,000, Martin 10,000, Martin 10,000, Martin is Martin 10,000, but Eketin is Martin 12, 12 is Martin 12,000, Martin 12,000, but not 13, is now 15 red. Eket 15 is now 15, 15,000, but 15 is 15,000 once. 15 twice, and all through, and done. Buy number 187. Ga je nou gaan tel? Baie mooi en uitstekende groep waar jy baie dankie. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at lot number 137. Sy is dragtig namens Albion. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, LMI 104, reproductie 107. Let's go! Hop, ladies and gentlemen, Saie, Albert van Zeil. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's get ladies and gentlemen, 10 is er, net 10,000, 10,000, but net 10, babe. Up 10 is er, 10,000, 10,000, but net 10,000, but net 10,000, but up 10 is er, 10,000, but net 10,000, but 10,000, 10 is er, sy is dragtig, sy is jonk. 10 to start. 10,000. 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, but my 1,000, bid. 8,000, but now 8,000, vooruit sy uitgaan. 8,000 rand, 8,000, 8,000. Wat sy uitgaan. Dames en heren, lot 139. Hierdie ooi is geteel uit 2 keer SA en wereldkampioene. Aan die vaderskant uit Rock en aan die moederkant uit Superstar. En haar pa, Red Pepper. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Blue Blood Genetics. Lot nummer 139, lot 139, namens Albion, let's go. 10,000 to start. 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000 is but 10,000, but 10,000, but 10,000 is but 10,000, 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 donkey. But 10,000, but 10,000, but not 10, but 10, but 10, bed. Up 10,000, but 10, but 12, but 12,000, but not 10, but 10, but 12,000, but 10, but 10, but 12,000, but not 10, but 12,000, but up 12,000, but 10, but 12,000, but 10, but 12,000, but 10, but 12,000, bed. Heck at 12,000, but 15,000, but now 15, but 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 15,000, but up 15,000, but now 15, but 15, but 15, but 15,000, but 15, but 15,000, but up 14, but 14,000, 17,000, but 17 days, but now 7, but 7, but 7, 7, but 7, but 70 days, but now 70,000 once. 17,000 twice. All through. And 20. 20,000, but about 200, but now 20, but about 20, 20, but about 200, but now 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20,000, but now once, twice, all through. And then I can get 20,000. 20,000 by donkey, by number 5013. Ladies and gentlemen, SI 007, hy was die Bosveld groot kampioen. Going back to Superstar, wat die SA groot kampioenram was. On the dam side, sire of the dam. Was Red Rambler, Wereld Reserve kampioenram. Ladies and gentlemen, she's lot number 140, lot nummer 140. Dra net vir ons so 2 keer in die ronde. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this you. Sy is jonk, sy is beautiful. Let's go. She comes out of prolific lines. What do you say? 10,000 Martine, Martinez, Rabanet, 10,000 Martine, 10,000 Martinez, Rabanet, Martinez, Rabanet, 10,000 Martine, 10,000 Martine, bid, Contines, Ragabat, 10,000 Martine, 10,000 Martinez, Rabanet, 10,000, but Contines, Ragabat, 12 days, Rabanet, 12 days, Rabanet, 12,000, but up 12 days, Rabanet, 12,000, 12 days, Rabanet, 12,000, but 12,000, 15, Eket 15 days, 15, 15,000, but up 15 days, 15,000 once, and 15 twice, and all through, and done. 20,000 Salafat, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. Baie dankie. Ladies and gentlemen, Sire, Rock, and on the dam side, Sire of the dam, Red Rambler, Wereld Reserve groot kampioen. En die bokkie is 007. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, look at it, let's go. 10,000 10,000 10,000 10,000 Eket 15 days, but now 15,000, but now is your late. 15,000 once. 17, asking 20. 17 days, 17,000, 77, 70,000, 70 days, but now 7, 20, 200 days, but now 20,000, but up 200 days, 20, 20,000, but now 20, 20, twice, all through, and 2. Asking 5. 22,000 once, and 22 twice, and all through, and then I can get 22. Hy wil graag 25 van my, 25 will take him. Hy sê nee, 22 is die beste wat hy kan doen. Hy sê as dit vir jou is dit reg. Is dit reg? Wat is sy nommer? 170. Baie dankie. Lot nummer 142, lot number 142, ladies and gentlemen, in the ring, lot number 142, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 142, ladies and gentlemen, side, Lucas Berger, sitting on behalf of Mr. Hendrik Jordan. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go! Up, 10,000, number 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 10, bid. Up, 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10, donkey. Ek 10,000, number 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 10,000, once, twice, all through, and done. And 12, and asking 15. 12,000, 12,000, 12,000 once, 12 twice, all through, and done. 12,000, Hendrik, Kairangi, 5013. Lot number 143, 143, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 143, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Let's go. 10,000, number 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 10,000, bid. 8,000, number 10,000, 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 8,000, number 10,000, 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 donkey. Ek 8,000, number 10,000, 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 once, and I twice, and all through, and done. 10 van, hy soek 10 van, 10,000, as hy op 10,000 klik, kan hy hom kry. Right, lot number 144, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 144, lot number 144. Up, 10,000, number 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 10,000, young way. 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, but not 10, number 10,000, number 10,000, but not 10, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, but not 10, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, 10,000 rand, 10,000. Dankie. Ek 10,000 rand, nummer 10,000, number 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 10,000, once, twice, all through, and done. Thank you, Ahmed, 5024. Lot nummer 145, 145, 145. Oei met goeie cijfers, ladies and gentlemen, young way, let's go. One of a triplet. Up, 10,000, number 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 10,000, but not 10, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10, bad. Up, 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, but not 10, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, 10,000, 8,000, 8,000. 8,000, but my dear, 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 but my thousand, but my dear, but my dear, but my thousand, but my dear, but my thousand. 8,000. Laat sy vir die oomblik uitgaan asseblief. Lot number 146, 146. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, jong weekie, goeie cijfers, al level hy voor 10. 10,000, number 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 10,000, 8, 8,000, number 10,000, 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 dankie. Ek het 8,000, ek het 8,000, number 10,000, 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 once, twice, all through, and then I can get Baie dankie. Thank you very much. Baie number 182. Hierdie is 148. 148. Lot nummer 148, lot nummer 148, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Namens Stefans Malan, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Sy self een van die tweeling, maar wat twin, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Look at her, quality. Quality, quality. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sy laat dragtig away. She's a pregnant you. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go. 10,000, but not 10,000, but 10,000, but not 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 10,000, but up 10,000, but not 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 10,000, dankie. Ek het 10,000, ek het 10,000, but not 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 10,000 once. And 10 twice, and all through, and done. Buy number 5024. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 147. Okay. 147. 149, 151, 147, 149, 151, al drie oeye van Stefans Malan, beproefde oeye. Ladies and gentlemen, jy bied per stuk om almal te vat. If you are bidding, you bid per one to take them all. So if you are the highest bidder and your bid is 10,000, it will be 10,000 times 3. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, this is lot 147, 149, 151. Let's go. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, all of them certified in lamb. 10,000, but not 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 13, but not 13,000, but not 13, but not 13, bid on, but 13,000, but not 13, but not 13, but not 13, 13, but not 13,000, but not 13, but not 13, 30, but not 13,000, but up 13, but not 13, but not 13, 13, but not 13, but not 13,000, but not 13, but not 13,000 once, 13 twice, all through. And done at 13. Baie dankie, koper nummer 5013, baie nummer 5013. Lot number 153, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, look at that. 153, ladies and gentlemen, side, Karsten Boerdery, uitstekende syfers, ladies and gentlemen, sitting on behalf of Henry Maria, let's go. 10,000, but not 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 10,000, bid up 10,000, but not 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 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Thank you. 8,000, but now 8,000, but my 10,000, but my 10,000, but my 10,000, but my 1,000, but my 10,000, but my 10,000, but my 1,000, but my 10,000, but my 10,000, but my 10,000, but my 1,000, but now 8,000, but my 1,000, asking 10. 8,000, but my 10,000, but my 10,000, but my 10,000, but my 1,000, but now 8,000, but my 1,000, but my 10,000, but my 10,000, but my 1,000, but now 8,000, but my 1,000 once, twice, and 10. 10,000, but now 10,000, but my 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 10,000 once, twice, all through, and done at 10. By number 5013. Lot number 154, ladies and gentlemen. Lot number 154, ladies and gentlemen. Sire side, Einboysen. On the dam side, Martin Compion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Up there, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, what do you say? 10,000, 8,000, 8,000, but my table, my thousand, but my table, my thousand, but my table, my thousand, but my table, my table, my thousand, but my table, my table, my thousand, but now I table my bed. Heck, it all days, but my table, my table, my table, my table, my thousand, but my table, my table, my thousand, but my table, my 10. Heck, it is, and I got a table, my 10,000, but my table, my table, my table, my table, my 10,000, once, twice, all through. And then a 10, 5, 0, 1, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 155, lot number 155. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, side, Tolly Jordan. Ladies and gentlemen, at the look at the red loo. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, young way near. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go 10. 10 days, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,008. 8 days, number 10,000, number my table, my red. Get out days, number my table, my table, my 10,000, number my table, my table, my 10 bed. 10,000, number my table, my 10,000, 12. Up 12 days, number my table, my 12,000, number my table, my 12 days, number my table, my 12 days, number my table, my 12,000 once. And 12. All through and 15. 15 days, minimum 30, minimum 30, 30, minimum 30, minimum 30 days, but now 30, minimum 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 13,000 once, twice, all through, and 17. 17 days, minimum 17,000, minimum 7, minimum 7, minimum 77, minimum 7, minimum 7, minimum 77, minimum 7, minimum 70,000 once, twice, 20. 12 days, minimum 20, but about 20,000, but about 20, but about 20, I said about now 20, but about 20, but about 20,000, but about 20, but about 20,000, but up to another, but about 20, but about 20,000 once, twice, all through, and done. Buy number 170 by donkey. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 156. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, side, Tolly Jordan. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat zullen we dat 10 december maar 10,000, nummer 10 bed. Op 10 december maar 10,000, nummer 10,000, nummer 10,000, nummer 10,000, but op 10 december maar 10,000, nummer 10, maar helemaal klaar. Ek 10 is eigenlijk 10,000, number 10,000, number 12 days, number 12,000, number 12,000, but up 12 days, number 12,000, number 12,000, but number 12,000 once, and 15. 15,000, minimum 15 days, but now 30, minimum 30, minimum 30, 30, minimum 30, minimum 30, minimum 30, minimum 30, minimum 30,000, minimum 30, minimum 30, 30, minimum 30, minimum 30,000, but up 15 days, minimum 30, minimum 30,000, minimum 30, minimum 30,000 once, twice, all through, and done. 170 boys. Lot number 157, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 157, 157, side, Eindboysen, Dam side, Campion. Ladies and gentlemen, she's lot number 157, she's pregnant, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, jong wenering, dames en heren, met uitstekende cijfers, let's go. Up 10 days, number 10,000, 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 number 10 bed. Up 10 days, number 10,000, 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 but set 12. Heck at 12 days, number 10,000, number 12,000, number 10,000, number 12,000, number 10. But up 12 days, number 12,000, number 12,000, number 12,000 once. And 12 twice, and all through, and that. Donkey Marius 5019. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, selling on behalf of Mr. DJ Meets Davy, lot 158, 158, 158. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get on wat sê, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Het met ander wat sê, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ander wat sê, 10 December, 10,000, 10,000, jong weekie, 10 December, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, bed, op 10 December, 10,000, 10,000, 8,000, 8 December, 10,000, 8,000, but 8 December, 10,000, but now 8,000, ek het nou, 9,000, number 9,000, but number 9 bid. Up the head, I said that meneer at 9,000 once, twice, all through, and done at 9. By a 5013. Ladies and gentlemen, selling lot number 159, lot number 159, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, look at the ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, young Wayne, let's go. Het naar ander wat sê, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 8 December, my 1,000, my 1,000, bid. 8 December, my 1,000, my 1,000, my 9. Ek het 9 December, ek het number 9,000, but now number more Bianca. Ek het 9 December, but now number 10,000, number 11. 11 December, number 1,000, my 11 December, number 1,000, my 11 December, number 1,000, but 11 December, my 11 December, number 1,000, number 11,000, my 11 December, number 1,000 once. 11,000 twice. All through. And all done at 11. Lot number 161, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 161, 161, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ander wat sê, let's go. Het naar ander wat sê, 10,000, 10, 8, 8 December, my 1,000, 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 number my 1,000, my 1,000, number 8 December, but now 8,000, my 1,000, bid. Ek het 8 December, my 1,000, my 1,000, my 1,000, number my 1,000, my 1,000, number my 1,000, my 1,000, my 10, my 1,000, my 10,000, number my 1,000, my 10,000, number my 1,000, my 10,000, but now 1,000, my 10,000, number my 1,000, my 1,000, my 10,000 once, and 10 twice. And all through and up. 5013. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 162, lot number 162, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ander wat sê, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ander wat sê, let's go. 8 December, my 1,000, my 1,000, my 1,000, my 1,000, number my 1,000, my 1,000, my 1,000, my 1,000, number my 1,000, my 1,000, my 1,000, number my 1,000, my bid. Ek het 8 December, my 1,000, my 1,000, my 1,000, number my 1,000, my 1,000, number my 1,000, my 1,000, number my 1,000, my 1,000, but 8 December, my 1,000, my 1,000, my 1,000, my 1,000, my 1,000, number my 1,000, my 1,000, number my 1,000, my 1,000, number my 1,000, my 1,000, 10. Ek het 10 December, ek het 1,000, my 1,000, once, 10 twice, all through, done. 5013. Ladies and gentlemen, we're selling lot number 163 and 165. Lot number 163 and 165. 163, 165. Remember the highest bidder, you must take all, both of them, and the bid is per 1 times 2. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 8,000 net ek dankie. 8,000 by my 1,000, asking 9. 9,000, of days number 1,000, my of days number 1,000, my of days number 1,000, 1,000, my of days number 1,000, bid of the 12,000, 12,000 once, twice, and 13. 13,000, 13, 13, 13, 13, 13,000, 13, 13,000, 13, asking 14 of 13 days, 13,000, 13,000, once, twice, all through, and then at 13. Ons het hulle nie so opgevuil nie, oom, ongelukkig, maar sê maar wat jy wil hê. Ja, hy vat net een. Meneer, onthou, as ons meer as een in die ring sit, dis vir die pakkie. Ons vuil hulle nie op een nie. Wat is oom se nommer? Ja. Maar dis hoekom ons haar uitgesit het. 165 in the ring. 8 bid. 8,000 per my day, per my day, per my day, per my 1,000, but not the number 1,000 per my day, per my 1,000, 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 but 8,000 per my day, per my 1,000, 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 per my day, per my 1,000 bid. Ek het 8,000 per my day, per my 1,000, per my day, per my day, per my 1,000, per my day, per my 1,000, per my day, per my 1,000 once, twice, all through, and done. 5013. Ladies and gentlemen, 166, 168, 170. Hulle is bitter mooi. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en here, onthou die boogste beer, jy bieper stuk om almal te vat. Jy bieper stuk om almal te vat. Hulle is jonk, hulle is beautiful. Let's go. 8,000. 8,000 per my day, per my day, per my day, per my 1,000, per my day, per my day, per my 1,000, 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 per my day, per my 1,000 bid. 8,000 per my day, per my day, per my day, per my day, per my 1,000, per my day, 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 per my 1,000, per my day, per my 1,000, per my day, per my 1,000, but 8,000 per my day, per my day, per my day, per my 1,000, per my day, per my 1,000, per my day, per my day, per my 1,000, per my day, per my 1,000, 8,000 bid. 8,000 per my day, per my day, per my day, per my day, per my 1,000, 7. 7,000, but 7,000, but now 7,700, but 7,000, but 7,700, but 7,000, but 7,000, but 7,000, but 7,700, 7,000, 7,000, 7,000, 6,000, 6,000 rand, 6,000. Ja, hulle vir ons vir die onlikheid. Ek het 6,000, ek het 6,000, maar 6,700, maar 6,700, maar 6,700, maar 6,000, maar 6,700, maar 6,700, maar 6,700, maar 6,700, maar 6,700, twice, 8,000 rand sal hulle vat, 8,000 take him, 8,000 rand sal hulle koop, 8,000 rand, 8,000, buyer number 5013, we want 8,000 for them. 8,000 will take him. And thank you very much. Buyer 5013, hulle is verkoop 8,000 rand. Righto, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Ons verkoop namens Elandskloof Boerbokstoet oom Isak en Charles Foster. Right, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, hier is 'n paar baie mooi top jong oeye uit die Elandskloof stoet, net om julle 'n bietjie agtergrond te gee. Hierdie stoet bestaan al reeds vir plus minus 80 jaar, deel uit Stefans Malan, Lucas Burger en eie stoetramme. Daar is ook stoeterye wat dogterstoeterye wat uit hierdie stoet begin het, onder andere Nico Botha, Hein Boysen en nog vele ander oor landsgrense. Oom Isak is die eerste teeler, eerste persoon van Suid-Afrikaanse Boerbokgenootskap wat genooi is om oor see te gaan beoordeel in Amerika en in Sydney. Kuddeooi lammers, 2 tandwooitjie en 'n stoetwooi. Jy kan jou eie ram by hulle gaan sit. Dames en here, hierdie is ou genetika. Hierdie is van die beste genetika in Suid-Afrika. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê vir die woetjies daar, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê, let's go, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê, is lot nummer 171, 172, 173, 175. Let's go. Up 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, but not 10,000, number 10,000, but not 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, but 10 bed. Up 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, number 10,000, but 8,000, number 10,000 bed. 8,000, but now 8,000, but 8,000, but 8,000, but 8,000, but 7,000, but 7,000, but 7,000. 7,000 rand meneer, 7,6, dankie. Ek het 6,000, maar 6,000, but nou 6,000, maar 6,000, but nou 6,000, maar 6,000, but nou 6,000, maar 6,000, ek het 6,000, maar 6,000, but nou 6,000, maar 6,000, maar 6,000, maar 6,000, maar 7,7, maar 7,000, but nou 7,000, but 7,000, maar 7,7, maar 7,000, but nou 7,000, maar 7,7, maar 7,000 once, 7 twice, all through, and then I hit 7,000. Baie dankie. Oktober maar 5013 5013. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot number 176, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 176, lot number 176, ladies and gentlemen, side, Leonard Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 200,000, 20,000. 20,000, about 200,000, about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20,000, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20,000, but about 200,000, but about 20, 20, but about 20,000, about 20, 20, but about 20, donkey. Ek het 200,000, I got 20, 20, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20,000, but about 20, but about 20, but set, but 20, 20, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but about 20, 20, but about 20, but about 22, but about 22. Ek het 20, but about 25, but about 5, but about 25, but about 5, but about 25, but about 25, 30. Ek het 30,000, but about 30,000, but about 30, but about 30, 30, but about 30, but about 30,000, but about 30, but about 30, 30, but about 30, but 35, but about 35, but about 40, 40, but about 40, but about 40,000, but now 40, but about 40, 40, but about 40, but 40,000, but about 40, 40, but about 40,000, asking to 40 bed, asking to and 42 bid, and 44. 44 for Burma, 44 Burma, 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 44 for Burma, 44 for Burma, 44,000 once, and 44 twice, and all through, and done. Bar number 175, thank you, Wisdom. Lot number 177, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 177, lot number 177, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Narvatsela, side Karsten, on the dam side, Rietkeil, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, let's go, Narvatsela, Maxi Shara, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 10,000 to start, 10,000 rand begin my. 10, 10, Bermater, 10,000, Berma 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 10,000, bid. 10,000, Berma 10,000, Berma 10,000, Berma 10,000, Berma 10,000, Berma 10,000, Berma 12. 12,000, Berma 10,000, Berma 10,000, Berma 12,000, Berma 10,000, Berma 12,000, Berma 12, Berma 15, Berma 15, Berma 15, but 15,000, Berma 200,000, Berma 20, 20, Berma 20,000, Berma 200,000, Berma 20, 20, Berma 20, bid. 200,000, Berma 20, 20, Berma 20, Berma 20,000, Berma 200,000, Berma 20, 20, Berma 20,000, but up 200,000, Berma 20, 20, Berma 20,000, but now 20, Berma 20,000 once, and 20 twice, and all through. En ons gaan hulle vir die oomblik net laat uitgaan. Ons is onder ons reserve, weer 30,000 will take him. Laat hulle vir die oomblik uitgaan. Ladies and gentlemen, selling lot number 178, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 178, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, on the dam side, Rietkeil, ladies and gentlemen, let's get on Narvatsela, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Narvatsela, 200,000, 20,000, 20, 15, thank you. Ek het 200,000, Burma 20, 20, Burma 200,000, but now 20, 20, Burma 20,000, Burma 200,000, but now 20, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20,000, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20, bid. Ek het 200,000, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20, Burma 20,000, Burma 200,000, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20, but up 200,000, Burma 20, 20, Burma 20,000 once, 20 twice, and 2, 22, Burma 20, Burma 20, Burma 22, Burma 20, Burma 22, Burma 20, Burma 22, Burma 22,000, but up 20, Burma 22, Burma 20, Burma 22, Burma 20, Burma 22,000 once, and 5, and 30, 30,000, Burma 30,000, but now 30, Burma 30, 30, Burma 30,000, Burma 30,000, Burma 30, Burma 30, 30, Burma 30,000, Burma 30,000, Burma 30,000 once, and 30 twice, and all through. And done. 30,000 by a donkey. 145. Ladies and gentlemen, 180, 182. 180, 182. Al twee van hulle jong, dragtige oeye. Let's go. 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, 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 Burma 10, Burma 10, bid. Up 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 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 10,000. 8. 8,000, thank you. 8,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 1,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 1,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 1,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10, bid. 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, Burma 10, Burma 10,000, once, twice, all through, and done at 10. 5013 boys. Dames en heren, hierdie weekie kom uitskouweie menere, uitskouweie gedeel van Andries, lot 185. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go. 8,000 per my deber, my 1,000, per my deber, my 1,000, per my deber, my 1,000. It is lot number 185. Thank you. 8,000 per my deber, my 1,000, 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 per my deber, my bid. Ek het 8,000 per my deber, my 1,000, per my deber, my 1,000, per my deber, my 9. Ek het 9,000 per my 9,000, 10, 9 bid. Once, twice, all through, and 10, 11, 10 bid, once, 10 twice, all through, and done. 10, 5013. Lot number 186, ladies and gentlemen. Lot number 186, ladies and gentlemen. Selle story, uitskouweie gedeel, 8,000, 8,000. Dankie. 8,000 per my deber, my deber, my deber, my 1,000, per 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 my deber, my 1,000, per my deber, my 1,000, per my deber, my 1,000. 8,000 per my deber, my deber, my 1,000, per my deber, my 9,000 bid. Ek het 9,000 per my 9,000 once, and 9 twice, and all through, and done. 9. 5013. Number 187, ladies and gentlemen, same story, 8,000 to start, dankie. 8,000 per my deber, my deber, my deber, my 1,000, per my deber, my deber, my 1,000, per my deber, my deber, my 1,000, per my deber, my deber, my 1,000, but now my deber, my deber, my 1,000, per my deber, my 9 bid. Ek het 9,000 per my deber, my 10,000, per my deber, my 10,000, per my deber, my 10,000, but not deber, my 10,000, but not deber, my 10,000. 11, 12, 12,000 per my 10, per my 10, per my 12,000, but not 10, per my 10, per my 12,000, per my 10, per my 12,000, but not 10, per my 12,000, per my 10, per my 12,000, per my 10, per my 12,000 once, and 13, and once, and twice, and all through, and done. 5013. Jammer, dankie Ahmed, thank you Ahmed. 5024. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at lot number 188, lot number 188, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê ladies and gentlemen, 8,000 rand, 8,000, 8,000, 8,000 per my deber, my deber, my deber, my 1,000, 9,000, but now 9 bid. Ek het 9,000 per my 9,000, per my 10, per my 10,000, per my 10, per my 10, 11, 11,000 per my 11,000, but now 11,000, my 11,000, per my 1,000, per my 1,000, per my 1,000, my 11,000, per my 1,000, but 11,000 per my 1,000, my 11,000, per my 1,000, per my 1,000, per my 1,000, per my 1,000, per my 1,000 once, twice, all through, and done. Kim Gerry, 138. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 190, lot number 190, lot number 190, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, side sniper, going back to Hilux. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, wat sê ladies and gentlemen, lot number 190 is drachtig. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go, wat sê Max is er, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 8,000 per my deber, my deber, my deber, my deber, my 1,000, per my deber, my deber, my 1,000, per my deber, my deber, my 1,000, per 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 my deber, my 1,000 bid. 8,000 per my deber, my 1,000, jong weekie, 6 drachtig, 8,000, 8,000, 8,000,
8,000, dankie. 8,000, by my 1,000, by my 1,000, once, twice, all through. Baie dankie, is verkoop, 5013. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, lot nummer 191, 191, ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 191, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ander wat sê hulle. Hot met ander wat sê hulle, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, 8,000 rand begin my, 8,000. 8,000 rand, stoot 2. Nee, stoot 2 nie. 8,000 rand, dankie. 8,000, by my 1,000, 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 once, and 8 twice, and all through, and done at 8,000. Ladies and gentlemen, lot nummer 192, lot number 192, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren. Side, boys on the dam side, Martin Kompian. Ooi met goeie cijfers. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, let's go. 10,000, by my 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 10,000, 8. 8,000, 8,000 rand te moet begin, 8. 8,000. 8,000, by my 1,000, 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 once, twice, all through, and done no more. 5013. Hier is lot 196, 196. Dis 'n stoetwytjie, 196, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, stud you in the ring for your consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, what do you say, what do you do now, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, ander wat sê la, ladies and gentlemen, 8,000, by my 1,000, bid, 8,000, by my 1,000, 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 but 8,000, by my 1,000, 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 dankie. 8,000, by my 1,000, 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 once, and 8 twice, and all through, and done. Dankie Charles, dankie Misak. $194, $195. 197, 193, 194, 195, 197. 193, 194, 195, 197. That is beautiful, beautiful, beautiful young weekies hierdie. Ladies and gentlemen, 8,000 to start, 8,000 rand om te begin. 8,000, by my 1,000, 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 9. Ek het 9,000 wat 9,000 by 10. Ek het 10,000 by my 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 10,000 but up 10,000 by my 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 10,000 once. And 10 twice, and all through. And done. 10,000 rand baie dankie, baie number 50135013. Dames en heren, baie dankie, dankie. Dankie vir julle teenwoordigheid, dankie dat julle hier was. Vir almal wat gesit en spot het. Dames en heren, hulle is asseblief veiligheid toe. Baie dankie.